Eh. Eh. I'm back. Eh. Echo. I am so mad. I'm so angry. It's okay. The real fans will come back.
I like the Sargon content. We have a short thing that I've been wanting to look at. I don't even know what it's about.
Sargon of Akkad.
Called bug posting from 4 hours ago, and it is blissfully short. Only.
Why is your reaction so long? If it's blissfully short.
Sargon of Akkad bug posting.
You may have noticed a weird kind of pathological
Why are liberals on the side of the bugs? Interesting.
altruism
I'm
that
on
comes
there.
from a specific kind of person that has manifested itself into the internet meme of bug posting. In April of 2019, Vox published an article by Matty
That's
Iglesias
so long ago.
called
19.
The Great Awakening, in which he documented a particular kind of change in left-wing politics.
In the past 5 years, white liberals have moved so
That
far to
is
the left
so
on questions
long
of
ago.
race and racism that they are now on these issues to the left of even the typical black voter. Hang on, let's see here. Like that's not the scale. You're not reasonable or not based upon the most popular position in a demographic. That's not how that works.
Politics in the United States. In the past 5 years, white liberals have moved so far to the left on questions of race and racism that they are now, on these issues, to the left of even the typical black voter. Social media...
How does one quantify this? Well, do you see him doing an analysis of this article? No, of course not. He doesn't have the brain cells for it.
I have brain cells.
He saw a line in a thing meant for popular consumption, and he just rolled with it like this is established. This is some profound statement.
Media, he notes, facilitated a dramatic shift in liberal ideology. Anyone who has been following this ideology for any amount of time will notice that the impetus for this drive was from woke activist journalists writing in left-wing news outlets as the wellspring from which this ideology was disseminated. Yeah. But the source of the ideology itself is from critical race theory, something I have documented in detail on lotuseast.com. I'll leave a link in the description.
It's a crummy commercial. This guy is so...
The stream is still starting up. It cannot be. Really? How can it still be starting up? Oh. That's because I have the wrong thing on. There you go. We're starting again. Again! I started again. Hold on. Let's go again. It's okay. It's just a test to see who's watching, okay? I was just a test. That was just a test for you to see if you're paying attention, okay? As you pass my test. Congratulations. Congratulations to you. You pass my special test. I sneezed because I'm full of happy thoughts. Hold on. I tell you to hold on. Also consider subscribing. Hold on. Wait. Don't. Beep. Where's the game? Fightcade. That's it, right? No, it's not. What? What is... What the hell? What is on the screen right now? Okay, Okay, react. So, Oh, this is and I need I should name this better. than or I begin to regret. I'm beginning to regret my naming convention. Gaga ga I'm what? You know what? We're playing a different game. I'm annoyed. Leave. Browse favorites. Join. Training. No, not training. This game. Is it even visible? Yeah, it is. Okay, we can now... Finally, we can... react. Testing, 42069. Hello, the problem. What's the problem?
Finally, we have, because people seem to like the Sargon content, we have a short thing that I've been wanting to look at. I don't even know what it's about. Called Bug Posting from 4 hours ago, and it is blissfully short.
Woke.
Only 12 minutes long.
Why is your reaction so long then?
You may have noticed a weird kind of pathological
Why are liberals on the side of the bugs?
Join the page, the problem. The problem is that you're not on the page.
Altruism that comes from a specific kind of person that has manifested itself into the internet meme of bug posting. In April of 2019, Vox published an article by Matti Iglesias called The Great Awakening, in which he documented a particular kind of change in left-wing politics.
In the past 5 years, white liberals have moved so far to the left on questions of race and racism that they are now on these issues to the left of even the typical black voter. Hang on, let's see here.
What does that even mean?
Like that's not the scale.
What is a quote-unquote
You're not reasonable or not
voter?
based upon the most popular position in a demographic. That's not how that works.
Politics in the United
Typical
States.
black voter.
In the past 5 years, white liberals have moved so far to the left on questions of race and racism
Wokeism.
that they are now, on these issues, to the left of even the typical black voter. Social media...
How does one quantify this? Well, do you see him doing an analysis of this article?
Maths.
No, of course not. He doesn't have the brain cells for it. He saw a line in a thing meant for popular consumption, and he just rolled with it like this is established. This is some profound statement.
Media, he notes, facilitated a dramatic shift in liberal ideology.
I feel it in my
Anyone
bones.
who has been following this ideology for any amount of time will notice that the impetus for this drive was from woke activist journalists
Woke activist
writing in left-wing
journalist
news
cracks me
outlets
up every time.
as the wellspring from which this ideology
Woke
was
activist
disseminated.
journalists.
But the source of the ideology itself is from critical race theory, something I have documented in detail on lotuses.com. I'll leave a link in the description.
Documented.
It's a crummy commercial.
Sargon of Akkad doing documentation. Gosh, I have documented it, says Sargon of Akkad.
This guy is so lazy.
For anyone who wants to know.
So lazy.
The internal logic of critical race theory, what we call intersectionality or wokeness, works in tandem with any other identity group. And
Critical race theory is not identical with intersectionality, by the way. Intersectionality is just a frame of reference, a frame of analysis that acknowledges the compounding effects of intersecting relations, of racial categorization, gender categorization, etc., creating new categories.
And class.
That's all it is. And by the way, you'd actually be really stupid not to adopt that frame of reference, because to not adopt an intersectional frame of reference is to assume that these things can't interact with each other and can't impact things like outcomes and whatnot, which they obviously do. That's sort of intuitively true. Even a conservative should be able to acknowledge this.
Gabriel,
within the existing logic of liberal civil rights theory, the drive for the
The existing logic of liberal civil rights theory? What?
Rights theory.
Hang on, wait.
Logic of liberals works in tandem with any other, or one, for anyone who wants to know more. The internal logic of critical race theory, what we call intersectionality or wokeness, works in tandem with any other identity group and within the existing logic of liberal civil rights theory.
The existing logic of liberal civil rights theory is what gives rise to things like oh fuck, why did I use the name? Rawls. Like sort of like the Rawlsian idea of a theory of justice orbiting a kind of neutrality, a kind of general disinterest of the state form and of politics to the particular circumstances of birth.
Wolverine.
So that justice ends up being a kind of fairness of application of politics as a kind of game, as opposed to, the deliberate communal willful action and planning. Stuff like that. Liberal logic is actually directly opposed to critical theory. Partially because a lot of critical theory is specifically critical of liberal presumptions. Specifically of liberal ideas of subjectivity and statehood and things like that. So, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
I know what you're talking about.
Surprise. Sargon doesn't know what he's talking about. Imagine my shock.
The drive for the equality of recognition of rights opens up the questions of intersecting identities in a way which liberal civil rights law did not anticipate.
What?
With the questions of liberty sufficiently...
Yeah, that's why it's not in tandem. You just obviously contradicted yourself. Come on, Carl, you're on television.
Answered. The questions of equality were used as a blade and driven by communists into the soft parts that liberals had no defense against.
Damn.
If people are, in fact, all the same, and there are disparate outcomes between the races, then the only explanation for this difference can come from inherent racial biases and unfair discrimination from within the liberals themselves.
No, it can come from, for example, economic disparities. It can come, for example, from biological disparities. Biological disparities arising from economic disparities. Arising or giving rise to, or both, nutritional disparities. Disparities of opportunity. Disparities of education, etc., etc. That's how intersectionality works. You take a poor person, you deny their children access to education, or only access to low-quality education, or low access to like good food, etc., or a low-stress environment, or all of them together, as is more often the case. And lo and behold, most of them turn out poor.
Oh no.
If you have a historical precedent for these conditions falling along racialized lines, then bada bing, bada boom. You've got racial disparities that are not the result of individual humans' prejudices. They're the result of prejudices embedded in historical processes because left to fester unaddressed. This is really simple. Like, really simple.
And the system that they run. Therefore, anti-discrimination efforts were turned against the system of law itself and the ideology that justified it, using the very values that that ideology had used to justify itself.
Yeah, that's how development works. This is how Christianity gave rise to liberalism, for example, in conjunction with Republican political theory. That's how that works. That's how development works. If it didn't work that way, then you could actually give no credit whatsoever for any development to preceding ideological situations that gave rise to it. That's kind of the whole thing. If new ideas and new perspectives and new critical approaches to things didn't unfold from previous situations, but simply came down from above like a laser, then you wouldn't be able to say, for example, that Western values gave rise to anything. I don't think that's something that Carl wants to admit.
Against this attack, there was, of course, no liberal defense. And this attack on the consequences of civil rights law collapsed the legitimacy of the equality pillar of liberal ideology very quickly.
That makes no sense.
And made discrimination...
That was actually just a non-sentence. That was incoherent.
And inequality the primary concerns of liberals everywhere. We are not equal. This was demonstrated. Therefore, liberals, to save liberalism, have to make that the primary concern. This is how wokeness conquered liberalism from within and turned the liberals woke. It cast into doubt.
But the liberals aren't woke. The liberals, actually, for the most part, are landing on a very conservative line with respect to international law, as we saw in the case of Palestine and Gaza specifically, obviously. In the case of trans rights and things of that sort. When you look at the gender criticals and the people jumping to defend Israel's right to exist, they're by and large either coming from people in the Trump camp or they're coming from liberals as opposed to leftists. That's where it's coming from.
Of the core premises of liberalism itself, and suggested that if that wasn't true...
Is he conflating liberal and left? Yes, he is.
...of it isn't true. Matt observes that pollsters began to see a rapid, sustained change. White Democrats started suddenly expressing dramatically higher levels of concern about racial inequality and discrimination, while showing greater enthusiasm for racial diversity and immigration. America's liberals cannot help it. They are placed on the horns of a dilemma. On one hand, they could either abandon liberalism and perhaps be forced to admit that, in fact, we are not all the same, which would imply that instead we are all different, and that these differences might actually aggregate in groups, and therefore maybe we could expect group differences in outcomes. Or, on the other hand, they could focus on the groups who are perceived to have unequal outcomes with the others, and attempt to artificially improve their status through their own actions to counteract the mysterious and elusive discrimination which exists somewhere in the system.
I see.
America's liberals, of course, chose the latter. They are, after all, liberals. This is the only moral system that they know, and to admit that it is based on false premises would be to say that they know nothing of morality and have no basis from which to make moral judgments.
What? What does that
like
even mean?
He pre-writes this, right? Like he's got to look at this on a page and go, oh yeah, this is gonna hit hard. He's not saying anything.
True, it's not.
He's literally not saying anything. And look, this guy is such a cretin. CRT explain. I'm going to explain it to you. Here's my educational content. Yeah, pay for this. Pay extra for this.
It opens up the
What a bug-like attitude towards public education if you actually believe any of this stuff.
Possibility that any judgments that they had made so far were not just wrong but immoral themselves, and they have hitherto spent their entire lives as bad people.
Well, no, they just be wrong, right? If they're mistaken, they're mistaken. The whole point behind someone being a bad person is that they're motivated by malice. There's something pernicious in their character. They weren't just mistaken. This is why we take intent, for example, into account when judging the severity of crimes.
Of course they chose the latter. America's liberals, therefore, are now on a mission to find bias, prejudice, and discrimination of any form, wherever they might be found, and root them out. If they don't, they are forced to admit that liberalism is untrue, and step into that moral chasm that is opening up before them.
Yeah, that's not what
this is
liberals
what
do.
informs their insane crusading zeal against otherwise normal and healthy behaviors. They are going
By the way, you can tell that his...
What are the normal and healthy behaviors that are being pushed against? Like, I want an example. What are the normal and healthy behaviors? This is... Gosh, Sargonovakad. Lives gone wrong because they must maintain ideological coherence. Thank you, soy. Maybe I should debate Zanderhal on... I don't know. I don't know what. Is Zanderhal already streaming? Is Zanderhal already live? Are you live, Zanderhal? Almost. Okay, perfect.
Target audience right now are basically just Fox News watching Republicans, because normal people even do not call leftists generally liberals. Ooh. The only people who conflate liberal and leftists they're one of two kinds. Either people like Destiny who are trying to pass themselves off as leftist representation so they have justification for going onto panels, when in fact they largely agree with everybody there. Or Steven Crowder types. That refer to liberals when they're referring to radical feminists, critical race theorists, etc., who are decidedly not liberal. They're specifically critics of liberalism.
Radical
Marxists,
feminists.
Critics of liberalism. All of these people, like, these are not liberals. These are people who primarily regard liberals as conservatives and are critical of the liberal state.
I'm a radical feminist.
And liberal social categories that are downstream or upstream, as it were, from it.
To lose all of their moral authority, and they are very, very afraid of it. In 2019, Tablet magazine published an article entitled...
I will say this, like, I think the small-souled bugman is a great insult. I have appreciation for it. I think it's misapplied. I think Carl, for example, is an excellent example of a small-souled bugman. And I'm gonna give a very clear argument for why. Back in like 2015, 2016, I can't quite remember when, but back when I used to watch him a long time ago, I remember he had a conversation with Mr. Medicare. And in that, Carl got the brilliant idea.
Carl!
Okay? He saw that there are like political Islamic radicals in the Middle East, and they call themselves Islamists. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to be liberalists. We're going to be aggressive, militant advocates for V for Vendetta style liberal values, right? And he spent like hours, or it felt like hours anyways, he spent however long arguing with Mr. Medicare. Sort of like I don't know if I'd call him right-wing, but he's edgy guy. Trying to get this very popular conservative, rightish YouTuber, podcast, or whatever, to join the liberalists. Join me, Jim. And he just wouldn't have any of it. It was kind of embarrassing, actually, because it's like, just join my clubhouse, Jim. And why is he now a traditionalist instead of a liberal? Because it wasn't the popular position on the right. How weak do you have to be? How small do you have to be? Oh, this thing that governs like my morals, my sense of right and wrong, my ideals in their totality. Yeah, it's not everybody agrees with it. So you know what? I'm just gonna fold, and I'm just C-tier Fox News now. Like it's pitiful. So I mean, liberals, by the way, are absolutely on the side of the bugs, but the bugs are this guy. This is the small-souled bug man. Small-souled bug man with a big waist and a fatty heart. Does anybody have a link to that, the Sargon versus Medicare thing? That would be fun. That would be some fun vintage Sargon content. If somebody can find that, let me know.
America's White Saviors, in which they wrote, over the past decade, the baseline attitudes expressed by white liberals on racial and social justice questions have become radically more liberal.
What does that mean, radically more liberal? What does that mean? Do we even define it?
In one especially telling example of the broader trend, white liberals recently became the only demographic group in America to display a pro-out-group bias, meaning that among all the different groups surveyed, white liberals were the only one that expressed a preference for other racial and ethnic communities above their own.
What on earth does that have to do with liberalism? Like, what does that have? What does that have to do with liberal? What is the connection? I imagine it would have a lot of slurs because of Medicare. That's what I got an editor for. It's okay. My audience. Oh my God! This is an adult channel, by the way. Okay, this is an adult channel, and we cover edgy stuff sometimes. We cover hard stuff sometimes.
Edgy boy.
Death, racism, all that stuff. So, no hard feelings if you can't watch it, but that's what we do. They wear less clothes, maybe. Actually, I'm going to be totally honest with you. The most of the radical leftists I've seen, it's a weird contrast. You wouldn't expect it. Most of the ones I've seen have, a healthier relationship with sexuality, just generally from what I've seen. Definite exceptions, and we're in content creation, so they're loud exceptions. But not nearly as much. You don't see as much of the it's I don't want to make any hard statement about that. It's so easy to just have to eat your words afterwards. But my general experience has been parche some absurd outliers, like, yeah. Sargon versus Kevin Logan and Christy Winters was very funny. I can't stand Christy Winters.
We can understand precisely why they do this, and the otherwise mystifying behaviour of woke activists acting against their own interests.
Woke activists mentioned.
Why this has developed.
By the way, acting against their own interests means acting against white interests here.
Woke activists
by the by,
mentioned.
It's not a liberal value to have to do politics as part of a racial cabal. Carl. Like, that's kind of antithetical to liberal value. It's not more liberal to prefer outgroups, but it is absolutely anti-liberal to prioritize racial in-groups. Absolutely. In fact, one of the major liberal challenges to the passport system was precisely because it limited on the grounds of a racial categorization the ability of Indian migrants as British subjects, because India was under the crown, to travel freely within the British Empire, because the ability to relocate oneself, to move, to consent to one's location and to one's local government, critical part of liberal theory. It's actually it's the single defining point.
Wokeness is the defining
consent of the governed. If you cannot choose to be ruled otherwise, then you can't consent.
You cannot just
not in a meaningful sense. Even if you happen to accidentally, there'd be no way to determine this because you had no choice. What does it mean to consent to a condition that you have no choice in? It's a meaningless statement.
What is described as a racial outgroup preference, where other racial groups show a relatively consistent preference for people who are like them, white liberals display a severely inverted outgroup preference.
You know what that entails? You know what that implies, by the way? That implies...
Why aren't liberals more racist? Is what Carl is saying.
To my eyes, at least. That other racial groups see significant danger in deprioritizing their own group. And riddle me this, Carl. Why do you suppose North American and European white people would have a safer time, would have more comfort with not taking a Kabbalistic approach to racial politics? What do you suppose would contribute to that? Look up Mr. Medicare versus Sargon of Akkad Gamergate 2.0 kill stream. Ooh, I think that might be it. Okay, let's try and find this.
Wait, what?
That'll be fun.
Gamer what?
Haha, hee ho ho.
Oh no.
I don't know. All right, here we go.
Oh no.
Excuse me, waiter.
I suppose I would just say
where are my appetizers?
Okay, guys, obviously, very oh my god. This is, in light of recent events, I wanted to upload the clip where Sargon of Akkad wanted to rally the troops for Gamergate 2.0 by getting Trump to tweet about it. Okay. Slur warning, friends. These are not nice people. I know you all know this by now, but just due diligence. This is Sargon of Akkad versus Mr. Medicare. This is from 2018. Oh, it's more recent than I thought.
I've been waiting
for 30 minutes. I would just say it's
30 minutes, waiter. Where
like
my
this,
appetizers? My frittatas are going to get cold. Can I speak to your manager?
No.
This service is horrendous. I heard you were going to mention a big brained idea, so I wanted a front row seat to watch it.
Yeah, actually, I'm kind of glad you're here, Jim.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh, this is it. This is it. Oh, yes. Oh, this takes me back.
You are.
I am actually. I'm.
I have a secret love for Medicare. Not because I agree with any of his politics, not because I think some of the stuff he says isn't horrible, but because he takes these awful idealistic righties and he squeezes them. Squeezes them. When they are mugged by reality, it is with Mr. Medicare's mug that they are mugged with.
What
I'm
does
genuinely
that
Hey,
glad
mean?
Rob, can I say one
Alpha
thing
here.
before we hear this amazing idea? 20,000 viewers, and look who shows up in chat. How you doing? How you doing, Carl?
How you doing? I'm good.
20,000 viewers.
So,
Damn.
you know they keep talking about Gamergate,
No,
That's
who's
so
they?
sad.
the left.
The collective left. Have they all gotten together to discuss this? Okay.
Yeah, they go on about it all the time. The latest one was, obviously Kavanaugh. The guy who is alleged to have been in the room with him was a guy called Mark Judge. He apparently wrote 2 articles in support of Gamergate, citing Mr. Repsion, a YouTuber.
I did see.
Oh, it's gonna be. I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna be a sad day when he passes.
Obviously,
For
we
me, at
talked about in the
least.
kill stream. I don't know how many times, how often you get to catch.
Yeah, that was like
show,
2 weeks ago, I
But
think.
we did talk about it on the show.
Yeah, it was like 2 weeks ago. But that's pretty recent, really. And then you think like all the other ridiculous.
Well, I mean, it's recent if you don't watch Ralph, but if you watch Ralph Weekly, you heard about it when it was breaking news.
That's okay. That's great.
No, it is great.
God, he's coming off as such a dweeb. Oh, I almost feel bad for him.
Audience loves it. We love being on top of current events. That's what makes it so delicious to watch Ralph. He's sumptuous, don't you know?
I'm sure it does. But it's not just that, is it? There are loads of other, and we could find a huge list of things that they've said about Gamergate to magnify it. I mean, I have seen the most colossal overreaches in the description and sort of influence of Gamergate coming from the left. Like the Guardian, the Independent, like shit like this. They bring up all the time, and they're always making Gamergate out to be this giant fucking boogie monster. And the FBI investigated Gamergate and found that Gamergate did nothing wrong.
I feel like I'm in a time warp. We're in 2018, right? This hashtag is dead at this point. It's been 4 years. I mean, I feel like we're talking like about Chinology. Should I get my Guy Fawkes mask out to talk about this case?
No, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. We're not talking about Gamergate, right? It doesn't really matter about Gamergate. What matters is the boogeyman that the left have conjured up. And they've conjured up a fucking hell of a boogeyman. And they're still afraid of it. It's still there under the surface.
Still afraid of it.
When this guy says the left, he literally just means Brianna Wu and the Mongolian hordes behind her, I suppose. I have no idea.
They have this kind of subconscious fear, I think, and that's why they keep.
It's literally just Brianna Wu.
Keep bringing it up. I mean, fuck. Justin Trudeau condemned.
Brianna Wu has struck so much fear into this man's heart. Just, dear God.
Gamergate. It's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my fucking life.
Well,
right?
now, Carl, I have to be fair. I have to say it really depends on the politician, now, doesn't it?
I guess it would, yeah.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, you've got to take it on a case-by-case basis.
You do.
Yeah,
and
who
on the other side might actually support Gamergate?
Who on what sides are we talking about?
Democrats and Republicans.
Well, Brianna Wu, as it happens.
Who supports Gamergate in the
Are
Republican
we actually gonna name drop Brianna Wu in this 2018 thing? Is that gonna happen? You're gonna name drop?
I fucking don't know.
Oh, and the Republican. Oh my God.
Mark Judge.
I don't pay.
I can tell you literally, Mark Judge, the guy who was alleged to have been in the room with Kavanaugh, supports Gamergate.
Congratulations for Mark Judge, I guess.
But what? I guess just where are you going with this exactly?
Isn't that funny? Isn't that just fucking amazing? Like the idea that there's a Gamergate supporter, like in the room with a guy who's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman, who is then the center of the entire fucking world's media for a week. That's fucking incredible.
Incredible.
This is after Sargon of Akkad insulted and implied Medicare was some sort of poor idiot because Sargon could afford a suit. But he couldn't afford a suit. The suit didn't fit him. That's why people were making fun of him for it being too tight.
It was a bit surreal, but what? I mean, what? Where are you going with this, though? That's what I don't.
Well, where do you think I'm going with this?
I have no idea.
Sargon, I literally.
Steve Bannon literally built the new write-off Gamergate explicitly. Yeah, but you don't understand, Brooks. The important thing. Just oh my God.
I have no idea.
really
Like,
Think big. You can do this. I believe
I'm not
in you
even
both.
being sarcastic. Like you messaged me, and can I just say you messaged me?
You don't understand, Brooks. The real battle is
In the mind.
is getting Medicare's audience to become, remember what
Whoa.
not so erudite said, right? Or Stormfront. I can't remember. They blend in my brain.
Stormfront.
You don't want followers. You want soldiers.
And you seemed like really hype about whatever the idea was.
I'm fucking hyped.
And I have no idea what you're
Colin's
talking.
stream is cancelled. Seriously? Really? What a coward. Someone should go to his chat and say you're a coward. A coward, Xander Hall.
About, and then you start talking about Gamergate, and I'm just like, what? What's going on?
Yeah, this is why I'm thrilled you're here, Jim. I am fucking thrilled you're here, right? I'm thrilled that you guys, some of the core people in gaming, are here, so I can talk to you about this. This is exactly what I want.
Coward.
Do you not think it would be really interesting to see how far we can make this go?
Who's we? That sounds very collectivist. I thought we were individual.
Who's we?
Here, Carl.
The collective internet. Do you not think that
Collective internet. Carl Benjamin, the collectivist.
would be funny?
Do you think anybody on the internet gives two fucks about Gamergate at this point? It's become a joke.
No,
like
I don't, Jim. That's the point.
Brianna Wu, Carl, got to reach across. Brianna Wu, she's there. She has the money and the will.
That's the entire point.
What is your pitch exactly? Get the band back together? Is that what you're saying? Like I don't understand.
What would
Band back together.
look? They think Gamergate is a tremendous, universal, and categoric evil, right? Who else do they think is a categoric evil?
I feel like I'm fucking lost. What are we talking? What is your plan? What is your? I guess what's your idea? Hit us with it.
Try and use a bit of just try and look a bit ahead. Just look a bit ahead.
Jesus
How?
Christ.
If we're talking about Gamergate, I'm looking behind me, not ahead of me.
No, you're not. You're looking way ahead. But you just, I don't know. You can't seem to do it, can you?
I know I can't. I need you to shine a light.
He's not the Kwisatz Haderach.
I know.
From Left Wing's point of view, right? They are genuinely afraid of Gamergate, which is why they keep talking about Gamergate.
Is the punchline here Gamergate did 9/11? Because we made that joke already.
No, but it could be something nearly like that, like effectively like that, right? So,
But what?
So,
What are you saying? Like, is it what I said though? What are you
Are
saying?
you saying Gamergate and killed a woman behind an Arby's in 1990?
no.
That was just
I'm
me,
saying
Gator, not
bigger and
Gamergate.
better,
Yes,
right?
yes.
So again, if Gamergate is the eternal boogeyman, what would be the worst thing that Donald Trump could do?
I knew it would go to Trump.
He's not going to co-sign Gamergate. He doesn't even know what it
What
is.
it could tweet out hashtag Gamergate? Is that what you're like?
Most people have no idea what Gamergate was or is. I don't think you realize that it's a thing on the internet, but most people have.
So
no
yeah,
idea
we talked about this before.
I of course know exactly what Gamergate was.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah,
Sam.
we all know. Of course,
I wouldn't start presuming what people are thinking like that.
we all know. I'm just saying the public at large probably maybe
course they
25%. Yeah. Now
course
everybody
they
on
do.
Twitter knows what the fuck it is. You know, a lot of the
Yes, they do.
journalists and stuff know what it is, but as far as the public at large, they don't.
Okay, how do you get black people to join the alt right?
Give them watermelons.
Oh my god. All right, that's enough of that. Exactly, disavow. Why does it sound like grown-up Stewie from Family Guy? He does. He does, actually. Oh yeah, he just said that. Yep.
Honestly, I thought that was a bit slow. You get Hillary Clinton to denounce the alt right.
Wait, sorry, was there a punchline? I can only hear crickets.
It's not.
Oh, you're being serious. I'm sorry.
It's already happened, Jim. This is documented and verifiable. When
That accelerated so fast. It actually didn't. That's the weird thing. So the reason why this is being brought up is because Sargon has a long and storied history of forgot how bad this was. Different era. Sargon has a long and storied history of these really clever rhetorical tactics. Here's one. Who was that? It was like Jess Phillips or something. Yeah, I think it was Jess Phillips, British politician. He started a hashtag.
Was it when he said, I wouldn't even...
Against Jess Phillips, this lady here. He started a hashtag saying, and I quote, "I wouldn't even rape you, just Phillips."
Yeah, I remember that. Jesus.
Literally. So you had thousands of people tweeting at her. This was really clever in his head. Because he thought, oh, look, it's an innocuous sentence, but these crazy feminists, they're going nuts over it. It's like, Carl.
He's so stupid.
Come on. In a debate with Richard Spencer. Richard Spencer, by the way. Very bad guy, but in that debate, he said, and I'm quoting incompletely for obvious reasons, "You guys are like white." It's just incredible. That was a grave embarrassment. Yeah, and then he tried to run for public office. Just brilliant people.
He did.
Hillary Clinton denounced the alt-right.
Together with Milo Yiannopoulos, by the way.
Loads of black people took to Twitter saying, well, I guess I'm alt-right then. And I was speaking to a few of the alt-right people, and they were freaking the fuck out, thinking the idea that a bunch of black people are going to invade a white supremacist movement, because nobody really knew. And so Hillary Clinton kind of set the narrative on it.
I mean, I don't have like official membership numbers from the alt-right, but is there any evidence
I
that
don't
caused
have
a spike?
numbers
Okay, yeah.
It was just, people, you'd see a lot of...
Hey, everyone, catch a ban from YouTube for that clip. I'll cut it out. It happens. Like, this is on, right? Like, this is on YouTube, so I'd be very surprised.
People on Twitter sort of freaking out about it, and understandably so. I mean, if you're a white supremacist, the last thing you want is black people stealing your movement or something. That's pretty...
Yeah, I mean, funny. I remember her speech and everything. I actually thought that was...
Here, where's the... Let's see if we can just skip to it. Here, let's go to 30 minutes in.
How do you propose to... I guess what I'm getting, I don't know, maybe if you said that there, I didn't really catch it, but how do you propose to make it happen? Like, what are you going to do to make it happen? What are you trying to tell other people to do to make it happen?
This is...
Can we at least agree Sargon joining UKIP and bringing Tommy Robinson was a positive? They were never going to do anything anyway, so...
This is another thing, right? So... The way things happen is by connections. It's someone knows someone knows someone, and you have to ask them to get their email to send to you, so you can email them.
Networking, like basically, yeah.
It is networking, yeah. I don't really like it. I would prefer it if everyone had a public email, like I do, but they don't. A lot of people keep their contact details secret, and it's annoying, and you have to go through agents and things like this. But what I'll try and do is talk to people and... try and get emails for people and try and get them to pay attention to a cultural phenomenon. Mm-hmm. But there needs to be a cultural phenomenon, and that's why I need you guys.
All right. Okay, so let me get this straight. Your plan is 90% us doing the legwork and 10% you sending out emails.
Yes.
What have I misheard then? What's the breakdown?
I'm not going to explain it to you there, Jim. You're just wrong. So, what do you reckon, Ralph?
You just literally said, I'll email people to get them to pay attention to a cultural phenomenon, and then you guys...
Yeah, that's one thing I will do, Jim.
Okay, well, fill us in on the rest of this 20-year plan.
Well, I don't think
5-year-old
should,
plan.
Given this is a live stream.
Okay.
Oh, now you're taking my advice. That's good.
I think it was good advice, don't you?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, well I'll take it then. Thanks.
I did
remember what Sun Tzu said. Make your plans as dark as the night.
I did think about that, maybe keep it on the low, but I mean, it's too late now.
Delete the stream afterwards if you have to or whatever,
But
the thing is, it's not like, be sensible though. None of the people who are listening surely want to alert the far left that we're about to make them look stupid.
Well, I will say this. I actually, there are leftists who watch this show too. It's not just all.
Well, then they can. Yeah, but hang on. How much funnier will that be if they?
I haven't heard new Medicare content in like 8 years. He has like He has a bunch of shit going on medically. He has like indolent lymphoma, which apparently is like the mildest thing he has. He's got like a whole bunch of like autoimmune disorders going on. Like the guy's on death's door. He's been doing like occasional streams, like every few months or so, but it's not looking good for Jim.
Raising the alarm that we're going to try and make Donald Trump endorse Gamergate or ask him to endorse Gamergate. How funny does that sound on the fucking face of it? Like, you paranoid freak. And then Donald Trump might respond to it naturally without us doing a fucking thing.
Perhaps. So you're saying you're going to collect emails of people who might, be in touch with leaders.
You have to meet.
No, I mean,
Sun Tzu also said, if you declare war without having already won the war, you have lost the war.
You mean
like
contact data, but I'm asking. So you're talking to a broad-based audience here. You know, we're the #1 late night show on YouTube. I hate to toot my own horn here, so what should the people do? I guess
it's all about Dan and Steven now.
Okay, so the thing that I think we need to start doing, and I will be doing this as well, is finding everything that they've said about Gamergate that makes Gamergate sound scary, right? Makes it sound impressive and big. Like you remember them like Gamergate's going to end up on Mars. Gamergate put Trump. I mean, didn't they say Gamergate put Trump in the White House?
Yeah, I want to say it was Sarah Zhang that said that. Actually, the racist New York Times. I believe that was her that said that. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. There was one on everyjoe.com.
Yeah, she's not the only one that said it, but I think that's where I first saw it. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So
I want to say that.
By the way, chat, if you want to see a proper drama segment, remember when you super chat, put in drama or jellyfish into your super chat, so I know which meter to contribute to.
Create drama by
my left nut
debating
on it,
Zanderhal.
Attributed.
Okay, I'll put it in the sidebar so you coward. Again, we can use all of this, right? Because them printing any of this is just a bonus to us. Here's the.
Okay, let me.
So we find everything like this, like
they're coming together. Will be their
undoing. Gamergate did that. We make it sound like Gamergate is really capable and really competent. You know, it's everywhere.
They're a ragtag bunch, but they get the job done.
We'll use their sources. They're the ones building this narrative, and then all we need to do is present. Gamergate was invested by the FBI and found to do nothing wrong, and then I don't know, find, in fact, Mark Judge's
Sargon of Akkad is so stupid.
Sargon's engagement is close to dead. It's weird. So Sargon actually does have a lot of, he gets a lot of engagement, but like from viewers. He has a lot of dedicated viewers. Nobody talks about Sargon. Nobody cares. Like nobody thinks about Sargon. It's weird. Like nobody's like, oh, this is what did Sargon say? Like people will do that with Destiny.
You have live viewers.
Like despite having like significantly fewer subscribers, Destiny's actually been successful at the very least at making himself a known quantity.
I'm not successful at that.
Like an actively known quantity, I should say.
I'm not.
Sargon has not. Sargon's sort of faded into the background. Just nobody gives a shit. People are bored. And I think what's probably happened is
nobody cares about me.
People have kind of realized he's boring.
Uh-oh.
So the only people who watch him are the people who are boring, who don't bother themselves with the opinions of other people.
That hurts.
He's in his telepreacher phase where it's just
telepreacher.
He's got this flock and he just Simon Pierre Dubé, thank you for the 2 Canadian.
No, I'm not
the squid
boring, right?
Should rise.
Anybody who's in the chat can
willing it shall.
Tell me, please, for my ego.
Judge the political, involved in a political narrative.
I never see Sargon not triggered. I never see Sargon mentioned anywhere. Yeah, no,
and he was in defense of Gamergate, and
I care about you, Lulu. Thank you. So I'm not boring.
We go. In fact, they all say that Gamergate's like.
It's just weird to see people just lie. The FBI didn't find nothing, quote unquote. It found a lot. I mean, it's weird psychologically, but like statistically, it's what they've been doing the entire time.
Movement of Nazis that have put Donald Trump in the White House. In fact, Gamergate was a grassroots movement of people against the far left.
Kind of surprised that Sargon didn't contact Fuentes. May actually get that Kanye influence. Medicare destroyed Fuentes as well. Destroyed. Before Destiny gave him that extra lease on life, he humiliated him.
Who?
It's a sight to behold, and it really is just. Regardless of what you think about his politics or his positions or what he says and does, which are bad, I don't agree with him. But just by sheer dint of having a following and being a grounded, relatively normal person, he just wipes the floor with these clowns. Just wipes the absolute floor. Literally just by going like, okay, so what's your plan then? What are you actually doing? You got these highfalutin ideas. Ooh, we're going to... Look. I'm going to get you all. We're going to put a team together. We're going to get the Gamergate Avengers back together.
The A-team.
You're going to use your influence to... It's like... it's cartoonish. It's infantile.
It's
You
perfect.
guys talking history. Thank you for the $2 American jellyfish looks hungry. That it does, or that may just be its brain dead vacant stare. But
What?
potato.
Here's some articles that Mark Judge
Are you
wrote.
sure?
Guy with Kavanaugh. Yeah.
What is he drinking?
Medicare really is the Joker of chuds. No, Medicare is the boomerang of chuds.
FBI investigated Gamergate, found they did nothing wrong. They're lying. We'd like President Trump to use his platform to help us redeem our
Gigglergate.
Rather.
money or
True.
something like that. However you need to spin it, however you need to sell it. Just like that. And the thing's
People keep running away from debating me. First Chud Logic, then Yankee Tanky, and now it's like, I don't know. And now it's Xanderhall running away from me. Will somebody debate me? Please. Will someone please debate me? Because I feel sad.
Nothing about that is untrue. Nothing about that is untrue. That's a completely true narrative. And that's frankly what's happened. And this is not only a way we can... there are people in Gamergate who probably still aren't happy that the name is being smeared by the far left. Because, at the end of the day, you might... Gamergate, fair enough, you can say it was full of and tweets and people trying to make money out of it.
What
and all
was
this sort of
that?
stuff. But it wasn't a movement full of Nazis, And that's how they've tried...
The funny thing is, kind of was. It kind of was. Was it saturated? No, but it had its fill.
Portray. It wasn't a movement full of women haters and all this sort of stuff. And so
don't
The movement wasn't full of Nazis. It may have been full of like all of these undesirable groups. Let me count them down the list. All of these degenerates and all of these inferior races and all of these homosexuals, etc. But it wasn't full of Nazis. No.
You think though, honestly, because I do think it had a lot of in it, but at the same time, you're
What's
proposing
that?
using something that people are
What's
still
that noise?
some hangers-on are still involved.
Editor, you gotta beep these, okay? You know
Oh,
what?
it's
Use
the
the
Vosh Wow.
use the Vosh. Use that. That'll do.
Involved in. I mean, I don't
Are they
like
still? I thought we
Kotaku and
agreed
Little
Action.
Sorgon said a no word. Yeah, he's so fucking based.
Definitely are some.
Oh.
still
Yeah,
is.
talking about Gamergate, you want to use them as like a political
Is
cudgel
that
to
what
win
President
points,
Sunday uses his
with
voice
Twitter
now?
arguments with journalists. It kind of seems dickish.
Oh, does it seem dickish?
Dickhead.
Well, yeah.
Oh, does it seem dickish? You little silly man. Does it seem dickish, Jim?
I left the movement because I was sick of people
Richards.
using it for their own gains. Why would I agree to do that now?
Because this is a way that Gamergate can win.
Because this is how we win the war, Jim.
Can I ask you a question, Sargon?
Sure.
Okay. Are you trying to resurrect Gamergate because that's when your YouTube career was at its peak, and now that it's dead, you're fucking
No,
cratered?
that is dead!
No.
Because that's what it seems like to me. Let's all do
I-
fucking Gamergate again.
No.
I really don't think my YouTube career was at its peak during Gamergate.
Well, I do.
Okay.
Well, I want to say this that
No,
I
that
just
it's
want to point
dead.
out that the whiskey has not killed all my brain cells, and that I was absolutely correct that it was a Sarah Jean quote. And here's the quote: Breitbart played a key role in Gamergate. Congratulations, America! You put Gamergate in the fucking White House, and that's in the article that you linked.
Perfect.
So I just wanna
This
point
is
that
all
out.
stuff that we can just mesh together and say, look, Mr. Trump, they think that we elected you, and they're smearing us all over the place. We did support you, probably. I mean, I know I did. Like we support you, and we'd really appreciate it if you could just clear our
Sargon
name.
Novakat supported Trump. This is so stupid.
Trump, please clear the good name of Gamergate. You have the power now.
So you're saying people here tweet at Trump or send letters or it's
Dear Mr. President.
take
Not Trump particularly,
or officials,
I would
elected
go through
officials,
the
perhaps.
administration. I would tweet them and say, look, we were activists who supported Gamergate, and assuming you were, obviously, and they smear us all the time. They think we put Trump in the White House. We do support Trump, and the FBI investigated us, find we did nothing wrong. Could you please get Mr. Trump to just tweet out
See my message above.
that he supports
Yes.
us or something? Because
No, fuck you. Why does he care? You losers don't matter to him. He doesn't give a shit.
We're sick of being told that we're terrible people. You know, it can be anything like that, because this is all true. You know, I've talked to so many people who are sick of being smeared for it. They've just, you know, gone, oh, whatever, I don't care. But I'm sure there are loads of people who'd love to see fucking a bit of redemption in this regard.
So, you know, part of the problem with Gamergate is, I mean, I guess a problem and a benefit. There was a wide tent, especially at the beginning. And
Carl took the fucking God Emperor memes literally. He's a child. Oh, God. Not Pluto, thank you for the $4.99. Is this your first Sargon Medicare vid? Because, boy, you're in for a treat. No, I saw this years ago. Years and years and years ago. It is a little known fact that I was actually, a long time ago, a Sargon viewer and appreciator. Because I, not too many years ago, disturbingly, was very, very stupid. Very stupid indeed. It's amazing what 5 years of actual real-life experience as an adult does to you. Dear Lord, like... God, so bad.
A lot of people had no problems, you know, keeping that wide tent and just letting people do their own thing.
Nobody who has ever had to actually, like... I don't know Carl's, like, life history, but I do know this. He came onto the scene with a shitty webcam. Actually, no webcam, a really shitty mic. Like dollar store pen voice recorder mic. Just ranting about blue-haired feminists in college. And his previous endeavors were he tried to make a Pikmin knockoff called like Necromancer or whatever that he couldn't get done.
What?
That's what he did with his life. So I don't think this man has any like grasp whatsoever on just like what's involved in keeping yourself alive as a normal human being on a day-to-day level. I think he's literally in the domain of like, oh, you just you make a big media splash, and then you have the power. Then you're Palpatine. So all we have to do,
Palpatine.
It's just silly. Glad Sunday got better. We now have our strongest bookworm streamer. That's because back in the day, my interest in theory was entirely to do with apologetics. I hadn't actually gotten into political science yet, and I hadn't actually read.
I am the biggest bookworm.
You know, I had some modest, very, very modest capacities, but I didn't know anything. A few years of getting to know anything, and you realize how silly this is.
I'm the biggest bookworm.
The coalition, the Gamergate coalition, quote unquote. Jesus. There were a lot of
President Day proof college makes you stupid. No, just proof that it takes a long time to stop being stupid. I have every bit of sympathy for people who have a slow, long journey out of this stuff.
Leftists in that. There are a lot of people who used to support Gamergate now who are raging anti-Trump people.
Sure, but
and so I don't really know that a lot of these people would be on board with it. I mean, I guess that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, but I mean, they don't have to be. It's, you know, we don't. It does, you know, if someone doesn't want to, you know, try and redeem Gamergate's name in the public dialogue, then that's fine. You know, I mean, I don't mind if they don't care. But this is something that we could do.
Imagine this being like a project. Imagine this being like a thing you devote.
I mean, he did want to turn it into a project, so the description is not that far off. It was supposed to be a project.
Time and energy to salvaging the good name of Gamergate. Anita Sarkeesian misrepresented us, Mr. President. Please, we need you to correct the record.
True.
If we did it, it'd just be so fucking funny to see that.
Maybe he would have won in 2020 if he supported Gamergate. Hello, hard-boiled Babylon. You understand, I'm a bookworm. That's right. Look at all these books that I've got. I deserve appreciation. Also join the page. Should be on the same page. Us together. Listen. I'm the bookworm. Like, don't steal my thunder. Or whatever.
Be. It would be nice to be able to say, well, you know, Trump acknowledges that Gamergate did nothing wrong, blah, 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 FBI, blah, blah, blah. You know,
FBI!
Wouldn't that,
stop what you're doing.
Wouldn't that be interesting?
No, nobody would care.
I mean, It would be. Yeah, I would laugh if it happened. I just don't. I just tend to think, like I said earlier, Trump usually gets involved in stuff that's hot. You know what I mean? Like stuff that's.
I'll jump ahead a little bit.
But, and I'm trying to be completely fair to your idea. I saw a couple people in chat. Ralph, you're being too nice. Well, I mean, I'm trying to hear it out. I just don't see. So this sounds like a lot of effort when the whole So I asked you what the benefit was, and it's like, well, it's a laugh. I mean, it seems like a lot of effort. So when I was sitting there thinking about you coming on, and you're like, you got a great idea. I won't go into every single thing you said, but basically said, I have a big idea. It's great. And I was like, okay, what could this be? Me and Gator were kicking it around because the Dan wasn't. He was at work. Sounds like he skipped out of work for this, but
I did.
And we're like, well, what's he talking about? He just talked to Bannon. Maybe the Trump TV thing. Bannon's gonna do it himself. Like we're sitting here thinking that. And then you came in with the Gamergate stuff, and I'm just like, "What is that?" I mean, this is almost it's almost like you're trolling us. Like I don't know. I mean, you seem really sincere about it. I don't think you are.
I'm 100% serious when I say I think we can get not just. I mean,
trolling us,
like
Carl.
For example, I wouldn't go straight for Trump. I would probably try and get Trump Jr. or Stephen Miller or someone like that.
Can I ask you something? I mean, you keep saying we, and then you say, well, you guys might have the juice to do this. I just like that. Yeah, I'd like to clearly state to you, I'm not going to use my audience for your plan. Now, maybe Ralph will go along with that. Yeah, no, that's right. It's not going to happen. It's stupid. And I'm not going to try to get them to for your chuckles, your smug chuckles. That's just so dumb.
That's great.
Awesome. I'm glad we're clear. So when you say we...
That's great, Jim. I guess you'll just be left behind by history then.
Make sure that we is a royal one. It doesn't include me.
Yeah, it is the royal one. I mean, I would never try and include you in something.
Good.
Happy?
I mean, I don't know. I guess my point is, it seems like
good
points to Jim.
Good.
Oh dear God! All right, we're supposed to actually become.
Another try to involve you in anything. Good. Very good. Oh my God. Wow. Now that's been. Now that was the thing. That was the thing that just happened. We reacted to President Sunday. I'm not sure I'm gonna do anything with this necessarily because I just giggled. I just looked at this and giggled nonstop. But you know, we all had fun watching Sargon of Akkad and his brilliant master plan of talking about Gamergate so that people would get mad and then he would laugh because it's a laugh. And then Trump would tweet and say Gamergate was based. That was the entire plan. I don't know. Let's just maybe get into something more intelligent. Something more substantive. Okay, let's I think get into something of more substance. Something that I've done in real life. I've done real life activity today. I went outside to take care. I went outside to take part in a real life event. Believe it or not, I took part in a real life event. A real life event that takes place every year on the 19th of April. Can you guess what it is? You guessed it. Yes, I preempted your guess. It is the anniversary of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. The Warsaw Ghetto uprising. I've received my yellow little flower, which I always wear proudly on my clothing. I'm going to show you the yellow flower. I have it somewhere around here. Here we go. Yellow flower is here. It's given to commemorate the uprising. For those of you who do not know, because it seems like till not so long ago, not many people in Warsaw knew. The Warsaw Uprising was during the Holocaust. It happened in 1943, as I just said, on the 19th of April. And it was the last desperate action by Jewish people of the Warsaw Ghetto, who decided that if they are going to be taken to the death camp, they will fight and die fighting instead of just being herded into the death camp like cattle. Nobody expected to survive that uprising. Nobody expected to live who took part in it. It was simply a last desperate act of choosing one's place of death. Of course, for some civilians in the ghetto, special places were built, special little shelters were built beneath basements in which people hid, and some of them survived and then described their experiences living in those dark, cold, and wet places beneath basements that were built. Some of them held because as the uprising fell, the Nazis started burning the buildings one by one within the ghetto. And some of the people that were hiding in those special places built beneath basements described the sensation of being as in an oven. Some of them ran out of air, some of them died from that, but some of them survived and gave their testimonies, gave their memories of what happened. So there was an outdoors concert that commemorated the uprising. There was speech, there were speeches, and of course there was the putting of flowers at the monument of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. And I have actually found us an interesting article, and in English, it's in English. It explains the significance of this little yellow flower. We are connected by memory. We are all connected by memory of this event. And I'm going to get us the article right this instant. Okay? I'm going to get us the article. Remembering Culture Heritage. It's a wonderful article. Because I think since I went to today was the 81st anniversary of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. And since I took part, I decided to share some of my feelings about this, some of my sort of some of the experience, and to discuss with you the significance of this little paper flower that is given to citizens of Warsaw each year on this day. Remembering together how daffodils commemorate the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. Each year on the 19th April, in commemoration of the anniversary of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, thousands of daffodils appear on the streets of Warsaw. These flowers, however, are made of paper and bloom not in the ground, but on the lapels of passers-by. What is the significance of these yellow flowers, and how do they help us remember? I was very lucky to be part of the Polin Museum of the History of Polish Jews team in 2013, when these daffodils first appeared on the streets of Warsaw. Wanting to share the importance of this incredible endeavor, I spoke to Zofia Bojanczyk and Joanna Garstka from Polin, as well as Helena Czernek, Polish Jewish designer and artist, about the annual Warsaw Ghetto Uprising campaign. Apologies, I have to clean my glasses. The Warsaw Ghetto uprising broke out on the 19th April of 1943, the eve of Passover, Pesach, when the Nazi Germans entered the ghetto in order to deport its surviving inhabitants to the death camps. They were met with armed resistance by a group of approximately 700 insurgents who, knowing their fate, took up arms in an attempt to die with dignity. The Warsaw Ghetto fighters, led by, among others, Mordechai Anielewicz, Ischak Zuckerman, Tosia Altman, Sylwia Lubetkin, and Marek Edelman. Marek Edelman is an important figure, will be mentioned here. Marek Edelman is basically the person who originated the flower thing. It all sort of originates with him. So remember, Marek Edelman managed to fight off the Nazis for nearly a month with few guns and little ammunition. The end of the uprising was marked by the destruction of the Great Synagogue of Warsaw by Nazi German SS commander General Jürgen Stroop on 16th May 1943. There are a few interesting things about this event, the destruction of the Great Synagogue of Warsaw. First is the sad fact that the destruction of this synagogue, which there were painstaking preparations to destroy this particular synagogue. 3 days. It took 3 days to plant all of the explosives within the synagogue to blow it up. It was a huge, impressive synagogue. There's a skyscraper now where it stood, and it stood next to the biggest Jewish library in Warsaw, which now became the Jewish Historical Institute. That building survived. The synagogue did not. And the destruction of that synagogue signified the death of the Polish Jewish community. A hole that was created in Poland, in Polish culture, in Polish life. A gaping wound that never actually healed. Poland still misses its Jewish community that has been utterly wiped out, and it never quite recovered. Jewish theaters, Jewish cinemas, cafes, newspapers, the language Yiddish, which basically also became an extinct language after World War II. All these things gone forever. A bustling, not even community, a bustling society within society of 3 million people living diverse lives, politically, artistically, occupation-wise. A whole society of people. And interestingly enough, a lot of them were not very keen on the Zionist project, but that's neither here nor there. That's a totally separate subject. And the destruction of the synagogue was this symbol of the Jewish world in Poland coming to a close. The other thing is the person of General Jürgen Stroop himself, who was arrested and then was arrested together with a Polish army officer. And that officer, who was arrested by the new Polish government, post-World War II government, he was accused of being a Nazi. And he was locked together with Jürgen Stroop. And that is how Jürgen Stroop opened up to the Polish officer, and that resulted in one of the most famous historical interviews ever created, the talks with the executioner, where we get a very frank, very sort of honest, this guy very honest sort of recalling of events by Jürgen Stropp in a series of interviews titled The Interviews, the talks, the conversations with the executioner, a very famous book that anybody should read. The interviews with the famous executioner of the ghetto, Jürgen Stropp. So those are the two little interesting trivia points about this particular thing. You know? So remember. But most of all, remember the name Marek Edelman. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was the first urban uprising in Nazi German-occupied Europe, which is also significant, right? Many people don't even know that it happened. Many people don't remember this history. Polish Jews captured by Nazi Germans during the suppression of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. Photo from Jürgen Stropp report to Heinrich Himmler from May 1943. Photo, Wikipedia Commons. And the flamethrowers were used to burn the buildings one by one. Nitzan Reisner. So let's start from the beginning. How did paper daffodils end up on the labels of Warsaw residents? Zofia Bojanczyk. In 2013, a survey was conducted among Warsawians about important events from Warsaw's history. One of the questions was about the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising of 1943. Had they heard of it? Did the date 19th April 1943 mean anything to them? Only 30% of the respondents in Warsaw said that they either knew about the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising or knew why that date was significant. So basically, a lot of people in Warsaw still in the year 2013 did not know about the uprising, which is a very sad fact. I know I knew about it pretty much all my life. Some time has passed since then, and in 2019, 80% of Warsawians knew about the uprising. So it's clear to me that the socio-educational Warsaw Ghetto Uprising campaign did exactly what was intended: to spread awareness about Warsaw's other uprising, because most people are familiar with the Warsaw Uprising, that the one that also failed, the one that has its own history, the one that has its own discussion on whether or not it should have happened to begin with, and it resulted in the destruction of 80% of Warsaw. It's a whole other discussion. But the point is right now that most people in 2013 knew about this one, but did not know about the other one that happened before it, the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. This symbolic paper daffodil, designed by Helena Czernek, appearing on the streets of Warsaw, had an incredible impact because it's like a really memorable thing. It has the date on it. It says what the event is. You pin it here and you wear it. It's a really well thought out campaign. It's very simple, but it's also very well thought out, in my opinion. It worked, clearly, since it went from 30% of people being aware about the historical event to 80% of people. It's also important to us that Poles recognize the uprising as a significant part of Polish history. In 2013, we were aware of research conducted by the Centrum Badania Opinii Społecznej the Public Opinion Research Center. When asked for whom do you think the Warsaw Ghetto uprising is important, 73% answered only for Jewish people, while just 31% for Poles. When the research was repeated in 2018, 49% answered that it was primarily important for Poles. That 18% increase shows that Poles are learning that the uprising is a part of their own history. This would not have happened without the work of the volunteers involved in the campaign. And the volunteers always do a great work. You can meet them all around Warsaw near subway stations, like near walking the streets and handing out these and pamphlets. And the main slogan is, "We are connected by memory," which is a very catchy slogan. We are connected by memory. We're all connected. That's truly remarkable. Can you tell us about the symbolism? Why a daffodil? It all began with a story. Each year, on the anniversary of the outbreak of the uprising, Marek Edelman, which I told you to remember the name, it's important, would receive a bouquet of yellow flowers from an anonymous person. He would later lay yellow flowers, often daffodils, during the commemorative ceremony at the museum to the ghetto heroes. This, of course, wasn't the same bouquet, but after Edelman's death in 2009, the museum decided to continue his tradition. Eva Budek was the initiator of the first Warsaw Ghetto Uprising campaign in 2013, thought it would be helpful to find a symbol to commemorate the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising to help raise awareness. The yellow flower, the daffodil, seemed to be the perfect fit. Helena, can you tell us about the paper daffodil we see every year in people's lapels? The beautiful daffodil you designed for the occasion. Helena Czernek. When I came on to the project, I was tasked with creating a flower that would be both aesthetically pleasing and easy to produce. It was also important to me for people to be able to be co-creators of those daffodils, even in a small capacity. The fact that they are closed when you receive them and you have to open them or make them bloom yourself is very significant. And I will sort of demonstrate, right? It is closed. This is how you get them. They're closed. But you open it yourself, like this, and it becomes a flower. And then you take off the little thing on the other side, and you glue it, like this. See? So this is the process of being a co-creator, sort of this. Closed, but then you open it and it blooms. It blooms into a flower. You see? And you wear it on your chest. Very, very smart. Very nice. The daffodil that I designed has become a symbol of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. But I am very happy to see that people don't only use my design. It's wonderful to see that the daffodil in general has become a widely known symbol of the uprising. And you don't have to wear them on your lapel. Many people put them on their bags. People have shown me their first daffodils that they keep in their wallets. I've seen them on laptops. Personally, I always have one stuck on my front door. When I move, it goes with me and goes right back up on the door. I still have my very first daffodil. How many paper daffodils does the museum produce each year? In 2020, we produced 250,000. 250,000, I think we started with 50,000. So we have thousands of beautiful paper daffodils. What happens next? Well, it's all about our volunteers. They are they are the ones who go out into the streets of Warsaw on the 19th of April each year and give out the daffodils and flyers to passers-by. They explain what they're doing and why it's significant and answer occasional questions. They are the core of the daffodil campaign. And as I've said, they do a really good job walking around the city or standing near the subway stations, etc. The first year we collaborated with the Warsaw Rising Museum, which had a well-established volunteer program. We only had about 10 volunteers at the time. We were worried that people wouldn't be interested in volunteering at this newly opening museum. We ended up with 560 volunteers. By 2018, that number all but doubled, and in 2019 we had 1,523 people giving their time and energy to the project. We continue to be shocked. It's incredible. And there are people who keep coming back each year. We now also have ambassadors. Since 2015, we've invited Polish cultural figures to take part in the campaign. Lending their faces makes the whole topic more approachable. We've had the likes of film director Agnieszka Holland. Agnieszka Holland is a famous figure, made many well-known movies such as Europa. I think Holland made the movie Citizen Jones, if I'm not mistaken. Definitely made the newest movie called The Green Border, and The Green Border was a very controversial film with the Law and Justice government. There was a lot of controversy surrounding Agnieszka Holland, and her movie The Green Border was actually a part of the campaign of the opposition when they were fighting against the Law and Justice Party. Her movie, The Green Border, that is. One of the slogans of the campaign of the opposition was "From the cinemas straight to the voting booth." Okay? From the border straight to the voting booth. That was one of the slogans. Or choreographer Michał Pirug, who have Jewish roots but also the popular singer Krzysztof Zalewski, whose father remembers seeing the Warsaw Ghetto in flames. So some of them have a personal stake in this. Daffodils on the streets are part of a larger social educational campaign, right? Yes, the museum's educational department has created an extensive educational program about the Warsaw Ghetto uprising for schools, organizations, and institutions. We've created lessons plans about the uprising, the leaders of the uprising, and the Holocaust, including texts, films, meetings, and more. In 2020, nearly 900 institutions reached out to us. Last but not least, are there any particular stories from the campaign that moved you or inspired you? There are so many I couldn't possibly remember, but I do have to say that a lot of our volunteers are very emotionally invested in this project. We meet with each volunteer individually before each campaign. I find this to be the most important and moving part of the preparations. Talking to them, hearing their stories, why they're volunteering. I'm very moved when, I was in the town of Grybów, and there is an old synagogue there. It's closed, boarded up, and then I noticed that someone has stuck a colorful handmade daffodil into the slats of the boarded up window. There are a lot of stories of these stories. Well, for me, it's just seeing anybody on the street or the subway with a daffodil on. It immediately brings a smile to my face and tears to my eyes. Thank you. And that has been today's, you could say, main event. Right? This has been the main event. This has been the main event for today. I sort of went there. I listened to the speeches. I listened to the concerts. And just commemorated the Warsaw Ghetto uprising with everybody else. The desperate attempt at choosing one's own place of death. Well, I'm sort of hoping that the significance of the flowers and the event overall has been properly explained by this article. I hope the interesting little factoids about the characters, or rather about the people involved, have sort of added a bit of extra context or even a little bit of knowledge to the whole thing. And I think we will be moving to the next topic. Right? We will be moving on to the next topic. Perfect. Perfection. Perfection. Uh, so yeah, I guess we go to the other topic. Okay. So how was that? How did you enjoy? Oh boy. Okay. Next thing. Oh yeah. So, I guess we're doing the gay hunter now. So as you may probably have guessed, Russia is in fact pretty homophobic. And I guess Russia's allies by extension are pretty homophobic as well. And now Putin awarded the rank of Major General to the supervisor of the hunt for gays in Chechnya. The Chechen gay hunter has been awarded. His efforts has been rewarded by becoming a general. Putin has promoted Magomed Daudov, chairman of the Chechen parliament and Kadyrov's right-hand man, to the rank of Major General. Daudov was the initiator of the persecution of the gays in Chechnya. According to human rights activists, Daudov personally watched police officers torture and humiliate detainees and accompanied this with insulting remarks. You cannot make this up. This is like, I keep waking up every day thinking, is Russia actually comically evil? Is Putin actually like a comic book villain tier guy? And then I see news like this. The gay hunter gets promoted to general. Oh, how many gays have you hunted today? How many gay people have you tortured today? How many torture sessions have you sort of personally attended to today while insulting them? Oh, 15 sessions. Well, you're promoted. You've earned yourself a promotion. You have earned yourself a promotion to a responsible rank in the military. Also, this guy's chairman of the Chechen parliament. What is his military experience? That he became a general. What exactly is his experience? Is gay hunting something in Russia that makes you general material? Is that the resume you need to have to become a general in Russia? If so, that explains a lot about Russian strategies. If hunting gay people is what gives you, what opens doors for you to become a general, that would explain why Russian strategies are the way they are. Hello, Jess, the one you know. It's been a while. It's actually been a while since you've been here. How have you been? For now. Welcome. Where have you been? Where have you been, Jess? We're talking about a gay hunter who was awarded with being promoted to general. Okay? Like, take that into perspective. A gay hunter was promoted to general. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. I'm gonna show you the thing. Hold on. I'm actually gonna show it. Putting there we go, the photo. The initiator of the persecution of gays in Chechnya. Oh, thank you for the tier 3 subscription, Jess. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for supporting Lucy Haza always. Thank you. Thank you. A tear comes into my face, seeing how good you are to me. Tier 3, thank you. Thank you for going for tier 3 after so long of not watching Lucy Haza material. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. What I don't appreciate is a gay hunter being made general, but that's maybe that's the Russian way. Let's see if there's anything more on this. Like, this is crazy. This is just wild. Like, what are his qualifications? Like, he has to have some... He has to have some sort of military experience apart from hunting gay people, right? Sorry, I've been busy, but I always try to drop in and support. Thank you. Thank you. It means a lot to Lucy Haza. It means the world to Lucy Haza. Especially since, recently, sort of, ever since I went to the hospital, I've noticed at the end of last year, ever since I went to the mental ward over the whole suicide attempt, my viewership and everything has sort of fallen. You know? This is what happens when you go to a hospital to take care of your mental health. Your thing suffers. Oh, wait, how long has it been since you've been here? I've had a suicide attempt at the end of last year. At the end of last year, I had a suicide attempt, and then I went to a hospital for 2 weeks to the mental ward. And I guess it sort of affected my channel performance. Oh, it's okay. I am far better now. Truly. Or at least I try. That was at the end of last year. Actually, Polish mental health, which I have to say, I have a lot of praise for the hospital that I went to, because number one, it was free. It was completely free. I didn't even need any sort of insurance, public insurance. So it's free for everybody. In fact, when I signed myself into the hospital, one of the questions they asked me was if I was homeless. So this is a thing that is actually also available for free to the homeless, this mental health care stay at the hospital. And what you get offered for this sort of stay at the hospital is obviously a bed. You get your own sort of dedicated psychiatrist. You get assigned your own psychiatrist. You get assigned your own psychologist. And in addition, the psychologist that got assigned to me found me a second psychologist that specialized in trans people in specifically. So I had two psychologists, one regularly assigned to me and a second psychologist that specialized in working with trans people. And of course, the psychiatrist. And free meals per day. I also had free meals per day at the hospital, obviously. And it's all for free, you know? So I really think it was good. I praise it a lot. I have a lot of praise, you know, for the hospital thing that happened. The one bad thing is that all the nurses misgendered me. All the doctors gendered me correctly. All the nurses misgendered me. And there was one small little thing. There was no place in the room for me, so I was in the corridor. I was on the corridor in a bed, which had its own interesting perks as well. But that was my story. Okay, let's take a look at this guy. That was a little bit of a tangent. I apologize, but I sort of wanted to explain my whole suicide hospital thing. And it sort of ended up affecting, like, the viewership sort of lowered. Like, the number of live viewers sort of lowered. The number of views per video sort of lowered. So I'm sort of slowly trying to rebuild. You know? Slowly trying to rebuild to... I mean, it was never super huge to begin with, but it was slowly growing. And now I sort of feel like I've backslid. Before the hospital, I usually had at least 20 people watching. And now I usually have 10. So it sort of became half. I remember dropping by one time and I heard about the nurses, but I didn't know about the suicide attempt. Okay. Yeah, it was because of I was at the mental ward. Okay, let's look at this guy. Let's see if he has any experience in the military. Born Russian statesman, politician, and military commander. What's his military experience? Participation in the military conflict. At the beginning of the First Chechen War, Daudov was 14, so I don't think Daudov is gonna have a lot of experience in the First Chechen War. As with many other young Chechens, he was involved in armed conflicts with Russian troops. In an interview in 2010, Daudov stated his point of view about the reasons why Chechens were forced to participate in the war. One reason he called tough cleaning of federal troops. The Russian military saw the potential enemy in any young local resident. Some sources report that until 2002 he was in the ranks of illegal armed formations, while others claim that in 2000 he joined the forces of the Russian Federation and served there until 2002. Thank you, Gabriel. According to official sources, at the beginning of the Second Chechen War, Daudov sided with the Kadyrov-led government forces. Daudov recollects, when Ahmad Haji announced the amnesty, I hid at my aunt's. There was no blood on me and I came out of the wood at once, and did thousands of other guys. After the conversation with R.A. Kadyrov, I was amnestied. Began to serve as commander of Troop Regiment No. 2, Special Purpose Unit, involved in special operation in Ursus Martin, when he killed the emir of the I don't know if he's general material. I honestly don't. He's mainly known for being the gay hunter. According to media and human rights activists, Daudov participated in prosecution of homosexuals in Chechnya and played the key role in clearing of the republic from gays, which was approved by Republican management. Journalists provided evidence that Daudov personally went to secret prisons in Argun and Grozny and managed the transfer of detained gays to relatives. I'm also a gay hunter. I mean, probably in a little different way than this guy was. This guy just straight up went to take part in torture. He just straight up went to secret prisons to watch gay people be tortured. Bizarre. Very bizarre. Very, very, very strange. Gay hunter. We looked briefly at his military career, sure. Sort of like a legal serial killer, basically. Like, we've looked at his military career a bit. But I don't know. I think it takes a bit more to become a general. Again, maybe that's why Russian stratagems are so wild. Because your biggest achievement to become a general, to become appointed general by Putin is to be a gay hunter. Maybe I'm just ignorant. Maybe I'm just ignorant of this dude's military achievements that earned him the title of general. Oh well. Whatever's clever, right? Whatever makes Russians happy. Whatever makes Russians happy. And in this case, it seems that what makes Russians happy is appointing gay hunters as generals. It's very, very strange behavior. Very strange indeed. So yeah. Oh yeah, by the way. It seems like for the first time in the war, Ukraine has shut down some super cool type of bomber. I can't wait for a thank you to Virtue Signal about Ukraine being anti again to me, so I can point this out. Anti-gay. Wait. Do tankies say that? Do tankies say that when Russia is the most homophobic country? When Russia has declared the LGBT to be extremist? Is that really what they say? That is pretty funny. It is pretty funny considering that Russia has declared the LGBT to be an extreme ideology. That's an actual argument that has been made against you. Can you tell me about it? That feels interesting. Ukrainian anti-aircraft units shot down a Russian Tu-22 M3 bomber for the first time, Air Force Commander Mykola Oleshchuk said on April 19th. Let's see. Maybe we can find a video. Maybe we can find a video of this thing being downed. What do you say? Damn. X. First of all, I'm gonna go to the thing here. Tell me about your experience. What was the argument? I've lost the tab for some reason. I don't know why, but I've lost the thing. But in the meantime, tell me the story. Yeah, I was pro-Ukraine, and since I'm an open queer person, they made the argument that if must feel weird that I support Ukraine even though I'm queer. What's interesting is that they supported Palestinian people, but what? That's wow. People are so weird, especially since Ukraine is becoming, the more Russia becomes homophobic, the more progressive on this Ukraine becomes, interestingly enough. Sort of in opposition to Russia, which makes perfect sense in my opinion. You know? It makes perfect sense. To me. To me personally, it makes perfect sense. Ukraine war latest first Russian Tu-22M3 bomber down. Strikes in the Dnipropetrovsk Oblast. So let's see. I want to see. Maybe we'll be able to see the bomber being downed. Lucy Hazeh. Fools, or should I be calling myself Lucy Hayes? There we go. Igor Sushko breaking. It appears the Russian Tu-22M3 supersonic bomber was shot down by Ukraine with a long-range missile as it was returning to base after launching cruise missiles at Odessa. Crash site is at the very least 400 kilometers away from the front line in the Stavropol region of Russia. See, this is exactly why Ukraine needs long-range missiles to be able to shut down those bombers, you know? But unfortunately, that is not happening, at least for now. Well, maybe it will happen. I know that the US is sort of required to give Ukraine those ATACMS. And today / tomorrow, however you want to view it, there's going to be a vote on aid. Finally, after 6 months, we're going to see a vote on aid from the US. So that's great. We're going to watch the video. We're going to watch the video of the downing of the thing. Let us see. React. Ooh. I wanna have sound. Wow. Pretty cool, huh? Bam. Go down. Down she goes. Down she goes. And this is exactly why Ukraine needs the long. Ukrainian anti-aircraft units shot down a Russian Tu-22M3 bomber for the first time, Air Force Commander Mykola Oleshchuk said on April 19th. The Tu-22M3 bomber crashed in Russia's Stavropol Krai on the morning of April 19th, just after Russia launched an attack on Ukraine's Dnipropetrovsk Oblast. According to Stavropol Krai Governor Vladimir Vladimirov, the Russian plane crashed in the region's Krasnogvardetsky district. Vladimirov claimed 2 pilots ejected from the aircraft. 1 pilot was allegedly killed and another crew member is missing. So they sort of kind of lost both, I guess, the aircraft and the crew, which I assume it takes time to sort of train people to be able to fly these machines. So that's a double whammy. The Russian Defense Ministry claimed the aircraft crashed due to a technical malfunction while returning to its base airfield after completing a combat mission, according to the Russian state-controlled media. I'm not sure what's worse, actually. I'm not even sure what's more embarrassing for Russia. The fact that it would get shot down by a long-range missile, or the fact that that the aircraft would be kept in such bad condition that it would just crash because of a technical issue. I honestly don't know what is more embarrassing. I mean, Russian planes flying with technical issues have been a thing for years and years. Even when, I don't know, even when I was small, it was very famous that it was pretty dangerous to fly in a Russian plane because it feels like it will fall apart. So maybe Russia's just saying the truth. Maybe it did crash because of a technical failure, because Russia's so bad at upkeeping sort of stuff. You know? I don't know. It's just very strange. The Ukrainian Air Force claimed to have shot down the aircraft. I mean, again, what is more embarrassing? For the first time, the anti-aircraft missile units of the Ukrainian Air Force, in cooperation with Ukraine's main Directorate of Intelligence, the military intelligence agency, also known as HUR, destroyed that Tu-22M3 long-range strategic bomber, the carrier of Kh-22 cruise missiles, which the Russian terrorists used to attack peaceful Ukrainian cities, Oleshchuk said. According to Ukraine's military intelligence, the Russian aircraft was shot down around 30. We've sort of already discussed this. A source from the military intelligence told the Kyiv Independent that the plane had been shot down by Soviet-era S-200 anti-air system. The system dates back to the 1916 and has been previously described as largely obsolete weapon. Which is pretty impressive. It's pretty impressive that this aircraft has been shot down by a largely obsolete weapon. It's pretty impressive feat of ingenuity, and it's been a running theme in this war, actually, that weapons that were deemed obsolete or unfit for combat has been they've seen a second life, especially those artillery shells that Russia has been using from its reserves dating back to Stalin times, I think. Reviving those tanks, reviving that equipment. Interesting times we're living in, when equipment that has been deemed unfit for use has just been revived. Ukrainian military intelligence spokesperson Andriy Yusov told Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, that the second Russian aircraft was forced to turn around after the first one was attacked, which is pretty great. That's just Russian planes sort of don't risk getting too close to Ukraine or Ukrainian sort of range out of risk of being shot down. It means that another series of missiles was not launched at Ukraine, Yusuf said. Good. Perfect. The Ukrainian Air Force also reported downing 2 Kh-22 cruise missiles. Russian forces regularly use the Tu-22M3 long-range strategic and maritime strike bombers, commonly armed with AS-4 heavy anti-ship or Kh-22 cruise missiles, in airstrikes against Ukraine. Some of these planes carried out the heavy bombardment of Mariupol in 2022 using unguided bombs. In August 2023, military intelligence chief Kirilo Budanov said Russia fielded 27 operable Tu-22M3 strategic bombers. Ukraine needs more means, more missiles in order to better protect its front line. Territories from Russian terrorism, Oleshchuk said. So there we have it. There we have the news about the thing being downed. Also, I'm going to read the comment here. They want to admit that Russia is fascist because of the USSR. It's delusion. Yes, it is. I definitely agree with this assessment that it is the top of delusion. I want to check something. Hold on. Because there's been very interesting things happening as of late. And it's just... The GOP is full of delusional nutcases, okay? Delusional nutcases that know nothing about nothing. So, let me see. There have been some very, very... I don't even know how to put it. Interesting developments when it comes to the Grand Old Party. Very curious. Very curious indeed. Hold on. I'm looking for something. I'm looking for examples of... Like... Ugh. There's well, let me just hold on. Okay. So, Marjorie Taylor Greene, the one that is a firm believer of Jewish space lasers, the one that sort of kind of hates Ukraine, the one that sort of kind of made a huge this whole threat to oust Mike Johnson as the Speaker of the House should he allow any aid to Ukraine, the one that made several wild amendments to the new bill that is going to be voted for tomorrow. Like among them, all senators that will vote for aid for Ukraine are required to conscript to the Ukrainian army, or part of the aid money has to be spent for the development of space laser technology on the southern border, or what else was there? No aid will be given to Ukraine until the Transcarpathian Hungarian minority language issues will be resolved. Like, what? And apparently, this Marjorie Taylor Greene has been schooled about the Nazi problem by one historian, Timothy Snyder. Timothy Snyder, the famous author of books such as On Tyranny, Bloodlands. I'm pretty sure he wrote some. Those are the main titles that I sort of remember at the top of my head. He's basically an expert on Eastern Europe. He's pretty good when it comes to the history of Ukraine in particular. I am currently reading The Bloodlands. Is a very interesting read. I am listening to a series of lectures he did at Yale University about the history of Ukraine and the region in general. Also very interesting. I recommend it to anyone, to any English speaker that is interested in the history of Ukraine. The series is called The Making of Modern Ukraine, and it's a series of over 14 classes. Each class is more or less 50 minutes. Okay? So basically, there was this whole thing on political warfare of China, and Ukraine was also discussed during that whole thing. And Timothy Snyder was called in as a historian and an expert. And as someone has said, Timothy Snyder schools Marjorie Taylor Greene on the facts of Russian fascism. Let us watch. Let us watch. Hold on. What's this? Oh, okay. Let us watch it. Because it is wild. It is a wild ride. And I am going to take you on this wild, wild ride. We're going to ride it together. As a history nerd, as a big history nerd, I myself read a lot of history books. I read a lot of history magazines. I'm always interested in history. And so I love it when unhinged hags get schooled by actual historians. It is a thing that brings joy to my heart personally. So I want to share this joy with you. I want to share this happiness with you that I feel by reacting to this.
So when you want to talk about misinformation, Mr. Snyder, you might actually look a little closer to American media if you don't like what they're saying. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, does he have the opportunity to respond to the gentlelady?
Sure.
Yeah.
And the funniest thing is that Timothy Snyder is eager to respond, ready with all of his expertise on the subject. And suddenly, Marjorie Taylor Greene was like, I don't really want you to say anything, which she'll sort of,
I didn't ask him a question.
No,
I didn't ask him a question. No, don't let him speak. No, wait, no, hold on. I didn't expect you to talk. I didn't actually expect you to respond. Hold on, that wasn't part of the deal. I didn't ask him a question.
You asked multiple questions.
First of all, I'd like to thank the representative from Georgia by making clear with her comments and with her person that any discussion
with her person
of political warfare has to include Russia, Ukraine, and America. She's just demonstrated that point, I think, very powerfully. On the question...
That's a very polite way of saying that she's very, very stupid. Like I'm not sort of right now in this kind of hearing. I don't have to be polite like Timothy Snyder has to be. I can decode what he is saying more bluntly and more sort of bam, what he actually said. And what he actually said is this person is very, very stupid and has demonstrated that to us.
Of Nazis, I've written 2 books as a historian about Nazis and the Holocaust. On the question of Ukrainian nationalism, I am the leading scholar of that subject in North America and have been writing about it for 20 years. If the chamber is interested in the degree of far-right participation in Ukrainian politics, you can be assured that no far-right party has ever crossed 3%. 3%.
It's true. It's all true.
In Ukrainian election. So of course there are bad people in every country, but by any comparative standard is a very small phenomenon. In Russia, on the other hand, the army includes openly Nazi formations, such as Rushich. The government itself is fascist in character, and it is carrying out a war which includes deportation of children by the tens of thousands, the open intention of destroying a state, as well as mass torture. So if we're looking for fascism, and if there is anyone who is sincerely concerned about halting fascism or racism, you would wish to halt Russia.
There you go. So basically, this is like this beautiful, beautiful moment of a real historian who is the expert, at least in North America, when it comes to the topic of Eastern Europe in general, especially when it comes to Ukraine, written several books, several publications, done lectures, which again, I recommend these lectures. I've been watching them recently myself. They are very good. Just a proper historian, okay? This is what we need when we sort of have hacks and idiots, to be a little bit blunt, speaking out of their ass, saying things like, oh, Ukraine is destroying Christianity and Russia is just fighting in defense of... No, that's bullshit. Oh, Ukraine's full of... No, bullshit. We need people like this that have sort of, you have demonstrated with your person just how important it is to include honest discussions on Ukraine. So there you go. Marjorie Taylor Greene, the space laser lady. Hello, Greater Rain. The space laser lady, the first lady of the space lasers, the very first lady of the space laser sort of thing. Amazing. Have you enjoyed? Have you enjoyed the space lasering? Beautiful stuff. Actually, the full thing is very interesting as well because, technically speaking, the full thing was on political warfare by China, but Ukraine has been mentioned a lot in this, and very rightfully so. It feels to me like many of those politicians do not understand how intertwined these topics are, how intertwined the interests of countries such as Russia, China, Iran, etc. are, North Korea, and that as Timothy Snyder has pointed out, in many cases, Russia straight up onboards many talking points from Russia. China onboards many talking points on Russia regarding Ukraine and adopts them, by the way, and adopts them, for example, when it comes to the language regarding Taiwan. Like, for example, during the Munich Security Conference, when China has parroted very familiar tones of not a real country, has never been a real country, has always been part of our country, has sort of, for the sake of stability, it is important that to remember that this is our own internal affair, that this place does not deserve sovereignty, etc., etc. Right? Timothy Snyder is really good at sort of connecting those dots for people, pointing out that when talking about dangers currently from places like China, when it comes to political warfare, we just cannot exclude talking about the war that is happening in Ukraine, the precedent that Russia is setting, the sort of global order that Russia is toppling through its actions, how that is something that places like China really, really want, and by should Russia win in Ukraine, a lot of what we take for granted when it comes to world order would just crumble, would simply crumble. And that is something that China would really, really want. And there are many other things that Timothy Snyder has said throughout this whole thing. I've only showed you a small fragment where he basically schools Marjorie Taylor Greene. But I've been watching today the full thing. I've been watching the moments when Timothy Snyder speaks. He basically was brought in as the expert on misinformation, and he drew parallels between Russia and sort of China, how these places influence one another in their sort of attempt to topple the current order and to sort of harm the US, to be quite honest, since the whole discussion was centered around US interest. Very, very interesting stuff. It's worth watching for sure. What other things? Actually, we could actually watch a few fragments of this. Hold on. Where do I have it? I had it somewhere opened. Hold on. I have it open somewhere. Let's see. Oh, Jesus. That's horrible, Greater Ain't. Hold on, I'm gonna try, because I'm gonna try to find it, because I've been watching this today. I've been watching this today. I can turn this off. I have been watching this today. Damn, this is going to be heavily edited, isn't it? Nope, not this one. Nope. Nope. No, God, I'm just gonna find it myself. Just gonna have to open it again on my own. There you go. Okay, YouTube. I'm pretty far, 2:28:14. So let's go. Let's listen to the Timothy Snyder bits. They're very interesting. As the history nerd, I'm gonna have things to add.
A historian, I appreciate your recognition of me as a historian.
Historians for the win. God, I should have studied history. Instead I've chosen some BS courses which I didn't even finish. Ugh. I really, I don't know. I regret my life choices. Never mind. Forget about it. Let's just listen to Timothy Snyder, okay? Let's just listen to this beautiful man talk instead of me worrying about choosing the wrong path in life.
Not have the nimble ability that members and staffers do to leap from topic to topic. I'm pleased I won't be asked to speak about appliances today. Our subject is disinformation. It's useful as a historian to be in a gathering like this one because one hears the insights of colleagues and recognizes that these are themes which we've known about for decades. I wrote a book about Soviet counterintelligence and active measures, about the institutions which the Chinese Communist Party modeled. I wrote another book about Russian counterintelligence and active measures in the 2010s, which serves as a model for China today. I want to take the term political warfare seriously and look at it all the way down, the way the Chinese themselves do. If we take political warfare seriously, we recognize that it only works if we take into account the overall context and take into account, as Mr. Comer himself said, our own role in it. Political warfare only works insofar as it works through us. The event in the world context about which we have to be aware, speaking as we are in April of 2024, is the war in Ukraine. One cannot possibly understand Chinese political warfare without understanding the intense political significance that this war has for China.
There you go. This is basically what I said, that one has to be aware of the fact that this war, this actual sort of kinetic war, as it's sort of called during this thing, affects greatly Russia's political interest, China's political interests in the region, in Asia, you know? China observes, sees what results sort of happen due to what's happening in Ukraine, and adapts accordingly, adapts its messaging, adapts its propaganda. In the future, maybe even will adapt its action depending on how Russia will do in Ukraine. Maybe it'll adapt it in Taiwan, you know?
Right now. In this war is at stake, international order as such, which China wishes to change. In this war is at stake the reputation of democracy.
Like, for example, the international order as the fact that, you know, basic things like sovereignty, like things like borders cannot be decided by one party simply invading the other and yoinking territory. Like, for a long time, we've taken for granted that those times have passed, that those times are behind us now, that basically we can depend sort of that the integrity of the borders of states will be respected, and that we will not be seeing scenarios in which a country just willy-nilly invades another country to take part of its territory. And this war in Ukraine is changing that dynamic, potentially.
Which China wishes to bring down. In this war is at stake alliance structures, both in Europe and in Asia, which China seeks to damage.
That's true. Both NATO and the EU are being tested heavily in this war. Their integrity, how much they can be counted on to sort of support their allies. All of these things are being tested, and all of these things sort of other countries are seeing, looking at the situation in Ukraine and thinking to themselves, if this is the amount of support they are giving to Ukraine, then what will be the amount of support they will be giving to Taiwan, for example? Something to think about.
And in this war at stake is also the Ukrainian deterrence of Taiwan. These are all key.
See, Ukraine deterrence of Taiwan.
Chinese interests. Therefore, to separate a discussion of Chinese political warfare from the actual kinetic war which is taking place in Ukraine
is impossible.
The most significant war of this century and the most significant war since 1945 must be a category error. No actual Chinese participant in political warfare would make that mistake, and I urge you not to make that mistake.
Of course, this is a mistake being made because at the end of the war, many politicians still do not understand the stakes of this war and still see Eastern Europe as a lesser ally, as a lesser concern, as a inconsequential thing. Especially many short-sighted, quite frankly idiotic GOP members see Ukraine as a negligible enough thing that aid can be cut, Ukraine can outright lose, and no consequences will happen, which is at best ignorance and stupidity, at worst outright collaboration with Russia. And of course, the huge sweeping consequences, ramifications of such a move would be pretty obvious. They're being described to us in no uncertain terms how this affects China as well.
Chinese propaganda about this war rides Russian propaganda, both in its methods and in its themes and its particular.
And it's also important that you could say that Russia's trade with China is one of Russia's lifelines when it comes to this war, when it comes to being able to maintain it.
Tropes. If we follow Chinese propaganda about the ongoing Ukraine war, we notice a certain pattern, which is that the political warfare themes, which, as colleagues have quite rightly said, are meant to pass through us, have in fact done so. If we take the example of Chinese state media and Group 912 of the Ministry of Public Security, we notice the following themes. First, Ukrainians are Nazis, a Russian theme picked up by China, echoed on the House floor.
There we go. He's basically saying that Russian propaganda, also through China, is being sipped into the US and, as he puts it, echoed on the House floor. Pretty simple, right? Pretty simple.
Second, it's all about NATO enlargement, a Russian theme picked up by China. Third, Ukraine is corrupt, a Russian theme picked up by China, echoed on the House floor, echoed in the Senate by Senator Vance. Fourth, that democracies can't do anything about Ukraine, that it's all pointless. A Russian theme.
I think that is the most important one, that democracies cannot do anything, that democracies are toothless, that democracies are ineffective, ineffectual. That is, I think, the most important one for China. Because if it applies for Ukraine, it will apply for Taiwan in China's mind.
Echoed by Chinese propaganda, picked up in House discussions. Fifth, we should pay attention to the border and not do anything about Ukraine.
This is like a huge part of also Russian efforts. This very bizarre idea that we must first take care of our own business before we sort of support our allies, as if both things could not be done at the same time. But that's neither here nor there. It is part of the propaganda that is being spread, about, that somehow taking care of issues at the border like the fentanyl thing or immigration, which I don't want to go into that, that it excludes being able to support allies during their time of need. This is like a talking
A Russian
point.
theme picked up by China, echoed in both chambers. Sixth, the Biden bribe. A Russian theme picked up and echoed by China, discussed in this very chamber.
Indeed. Biden bribe. Indeed.
These are all Chinese attempts.
In fact, at some point, this people in here are actually argue about the Biden bribe. So literally later during this, the point is being directly proven when an argument about the Biden bribe erupts. So just
attempts, all Chinese attempts to do exactly what colleagues of defined political warfare is doing, to divide Americans, to make Americans weak, but also to draw Americans away from what is essentially taking place. Were one to be serious about Chinese political warfare, one would have to take into account the...
And of course, we're seeing this sort of logic, this sort of philosophy almost at play, that democracy is played out, democracy is again ineffective, not good, and it is our way of governing that actually works, that actually is more legitimate, that actually is more sound. That is actually also a big point of sort of what is being proposed. Yeah.
Overall historical moment. The war in Ukraine, how important that war is for China, the opportunities that war poses for China.
Yep.
Chinese political warfare includes praising members of this House who delay voting on Ukraine.
Yep, because it is in their interest, of course. Of course it is in their interest. Because if, like, it creates these effects, should Ukraine lose, it also creates a certain image in the public. It creates a certain language within the politics. Should Taiwan next happen, and of course I'm entering the realm of speculation here, okay? I am entering the level, I am entering the field of trying to predict the future, alternative future perhaps the future. Like, should Ukraine lose, I sort of feel that it would create the discussion in the case of Taiwan being attacked of, wait a minute, what are we doing? Should we even intervene? We've screwed up in Ukraine. Ukraine was a wash. Why should we even intervene here? Like, we have a record of failing. We shouldn't intervene. It's not our business, because we'll screw it up anyway. Like, I can see this. I can already see this in my mind, this sort of discussion happening of if you know, If Ukraine ended like it did, then why should we expect different results with Taiwan? I can see these discussions happening. Yeah, she's recovering well. Thank you for asking.
Chinese political warfare includes the overall attempt to alter the system. For China, the war in Ukraine is a beautiful conjuncture to try to do just that. So, members, I would urge that we consider ourselves when we consider Chinese political warfare, because as Mr. Comer has quite rightly argued, political warfare only works when it works in an overall structure, and it only works when it gets us to do things which are not in our own interests. Thank you very much.
Chair now recognizes for the questioning segment of
We're just gonna be watching the Timothy Snyder bits. Those are the only parts that are actually interest me.
Practice and absolute fun number for tension or very classic vulnerability was, is, and will always remain financial vulnerabilities. And so the need.
This is not that. There is a part that is very, very interesting. I want us to. Oh, this is it. Okay.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Khanna from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
California, you mean California, am I right or am I right? I am correct, of course. I am, of course, as always, hyper correct on these things because I'm a sort of kind of amateur historian. Amateur historian. I like that title for myself. Amateur historian. Perfect. Perfection.
Professor Snyder, thank you for your scholarship. Thank you for your very strong opening statement showing the links between China and Russia that many members of Congress are already praising. My friend Richard Levin would be proud of you having his professorship. But I want to ask you, just like you linked China and Russia, also about the Middle East. And the reality is that as we consider the security supplemental, these issues all have become interlinked.
I like what's going to happen here because it's nice to hear someone say that what's being sort of what many people have been trying to say, so to speak. You're going to see. China definitely thinks it is communist. That is for certain. It certainly thinks it is communist.
56 members of Congress, including Speaker Pelosi and myself, wrote a letter to President Biden and Secretary Blinken asking them to stop any offensive weapons transfer to Israel. Do you agree with Speaker Pelosi, myself, and 56 members, especially given what you've written about Netanyahu, that this is not the time to provide offensive weapons?
I think that it's a mistake to believe that there's a military solution in Gaza and that everything that can be gained in Gaza by military...
True. I think that at this point, all the military things have been long depleted. At this point, it's just killing civilians, in my opinion. At this point, something else should be done. Because the number of civilians killed just far outweigh the gains that Israel supposedly is getting out of the whole thing.
Means was gained long ago.
True.
And that the administration should be using every possible leverage to secure a political solution, True. Including and not limited to the recommendation that you make.
I appreciate that. A lot of my Democratic colleagues listen to you religiously, so I'm hoping they'll listen to you about this. One of the things some of us who've signed...
Also, there's another one thing that I think Timothy Snyder does well, and that is that I personally believe that I'm very hesitant about using the term war when it comes to what's happening between Gaza and Israel. And I feel like a far better descriptor is conflict. I feel that the descriptor of conflict far better, sort of. encapsulates what's going on in that region.
That letter have said is have a clean vote on Ukraine. I support it. Most people support it. I think you'd get a total Democratic caucus supporting it. And when it comes,
we'll see. The vote is coming. The vote will be here soon. So we'll see. We'll just have to see what happens. I have high hopes for the aid bill for Ukraine finally passing. So, yeah.
Comes to the Israel aid, many of us would support the defensive aid. Some may not, but many would support Iron Dome and others. We just don't want the offensive weapons linked in that package. Do you agree that it makes sense to have separate votes on Ukraine, Taiwan, Israel?
I'm going to refer to Mr. Comer's, definition of the limits of my expertise. These are political matters on which you will have better judgment than I.
You have good judgment. What would you recommend?
I believe that it was.
Teach us, teacher. Teach us, historian man, history man. Teach us.
Politically understandable, but strategically erroneous from the beginning to link the Israel-Gaza conflict with the Russia-Ukraine war.
True, this is a mistake that people make all of the time. Very bad comparisons, very bad sort of... I hate it when people compare these two things. The war between Ukraine and Russia and this sort of conflict against the terrorist group of Israel, which incidentally has turned apparently into a conflict of Israel against the Gaza civilian population, but that's neither here nor there.
Two very different kinds of conflicts, and almost any attempt to bring the two of them together creates more friction and misunderstanding.
True. Truer words could not have been said. Truer words could not have been said.
Than anything else. So while I believe that Israel had to be supported after October 7th, after the horrifying terrorist attacks in Israel, it was a mistake politically, I believe, to link that to an event of an entirely different category, which is...
Yep. Not to mention it was a big mistake to link it to the southern border thing, but that's, of course, as well, neither here nor there.
The largest land war in the world taking place, the largest land war in Europe since 1945, an encounter of two states, one of which has the second largest military in the world. These are two very different kinds of conflicts. The Israeli-Gaza conflict will hopefully be brought to a political solution this summer. The Russia-Ukraine war, on the other hand, is an interstate conflict which will be won or lost on the battlefield, and which requires an entirely different kind and a more serious kind of American engagement over the long run. So if you ask me as an American citizen and as an expert on the region, this is what I think. They're two very different kinds of conflict, and thus far, I believe politically, linking the two has made it harder rather than easier to pass support for Ukraine, and that has had terrifying costs.
And I will add that in some cases it was by design, the sort of stalling of Ukraine aid. I'm going to say it was by design by certain people. Centered around a certain man. Why the distinction between war and conflict? Because war feels to me like more of a full-scale sort of armies fighting against one another. Two sort of armed sort of groups rather than a terrorist group versus like a, I don't know. It's just me. Many people will call it war and it'll be fine. That's just my personal preference when it comes to this particular thing. But don't treat it as gospel by any means.
Not just on the Ukrainian battlefield where people are dying unnecessarily, and not just for Ukrainian civilians who are losing territory and as a result being killed or tortured, but also for our overall position in the world.
I really appreciate your saying that, because there are many of us the minority in the Democratic caucus, but who have been making your point that let's not have a linkage of these two so that we can vote clearly for the Ukraine aid. Some of us are fine also providing defense.
It's not just the linkage of these two. There is also a third link, which is the border, which is the southern border. Let's not forget that that's been a big contentious thing that has caused a huge delay in aid for Ukraine. Let's not forget about that.
The weapons, but don't want to just give a carte blanche to Netanyahu, which I think you have articulated here. I'm hopeful our leadership will listen to you. I'm hopeful Speaker Johnson will listen to you. And I think as much as those who praised your opening statement praise that, they should listen to your advice on this issue. I'll give you the last word.
Well, if I could have the last word. The point that I made earlier about the linkage between China's political warfare and Ukraine is very real. All of the Chinese messaging on this issue is on one side of this issue. Right. All of it. And
well, so that's because China clearly has interest tied to this war. Like especially to the outcome of it, or even how it progresses. So of course it will be this sort of situation. But you cannot say this about the Israel-Hamas situation. They're not analogous. And in many ways, Ukraine, Russia, and China and Taiwan are sort of comparable, if not analogous.
We're serious about resisting Chinese political warfare.
They're different, though. There are pretty significant differences between China and Taiwan and China and Ukraine, and Russia and Ukraine. Let's not get overboard. But from certain sort of viewpoints, these are comparable when it comes to the philosophies of both Russia and China towards the corresponding countries.
Passing aid for Ukraine this week would be a sign of that seriousness. Thank you.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Time's expired. Chair now recognizes Mr. Cloud from Texas.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, witnesses, for being...
Okay, let's forget about that. I don't care. We're just going to go through the interesting Timothy Snyder bits, at least the ones that I've managed to watch already, that I found interesting when I just sort of watched this thing on my own. Pre-watched it, yes, I admit, I pre-watched this. At least half of this video I've pre-watched, because I'm a nerd. I'm a boring nerd that pre-watches stuff.
Both domestically in the United States, but also globally. I wanted to touch a little bit briefly on, and pick up a little bit, very briefly, on your exchange with Representative Khanna here in what you assessed as a mistake in tying Ukraine to the conflict in Gaza. And also presently, as you mentioned, the necessity of passing aid to Ukraine as quickly as possible. Could you speak a little bit, expand a little bit more on where you see that entanglement or detriment in tying the conflict in Ukraine with what is happening in Gaza and with the Netanyahu's government's decisions to advance in Gaza, and how the U.S. relates to both of those things differently?
Happy to do my best. With respect to the general premise, I just want to emphasize the general premise of your question. These things are all connected. If you're a Chinese political warrior and you're concerned with public opinion, law, and psychology, you're not going to respect the safe spaces of the country that you're trying to weaken.
Right.
So,
you're going to take a jab at any weakness that you can perceive, of course. This is the whole point of weakening your enemy. You poke at their weak points. You poke at their most vulnerable spots.
we might say, I don't want to talk about Ukraine and Chinese political warfare at the same time, but there are no Chinese political warriors who are doing that.
Correct.
We might say, we don't want to talk about Trump because that's too sensitive. but you can precisely not expect Chinese political warriors to respect your safe spaces.
Of course.
It's precisely your
prime target, things like that.
Safe spaces, your tender
January 6th.
Spots that they're going to go after. And this is not just a speculation by me, it's the actual record of what actual Chinese propaganda does. It goes after the safe spaces that you want yourself not to talk about.
Yeah.
On the issue of Gaza and Ukraine, I'll be as specific as I can. As I read it in late 2023, in a different political context than the one we're in now, and in a different stage of the war in Gaza than the one we're in now, the Biden administration made a political calculation that bringing Israel and Ukraine together would be the most likely way to get people from both sides of the aisle to vote for a substantial bill.
Well, the problem is that there was a third thing to this whole equation, the border. And the border became sort of this topic that nobody could agree on. And then Trump decided to just shut the thing down. And from there on, it's been just stalling on purpose. Stalling on purpose, not trying to get anything done. So it's a bit more, it's a mess. It's a mess. It's a deliberate mess on the sort of, for some, which of course caused certain conservatives, Republicans to become a bit impatient with this sort of state of affairs, and have caused the Republican majority in the House to dwindle to only a single person. Okay?
I believe that was the reason at the time. I was not party to those considerations. However, months later, with two other things having happened, the first being that the war in Israel has gone through several stages in the meantime, and our having gotten past any place where the Israeli military response is going to lead to a political solution. And secondly, the extreme difficulty in getting Ukraine aid to pass in any form. Those two things change the overall political situation. For me, who's not in the legislature and not in the executive branch, what I see is the qualitative difference between the two events. That Russia invading Ukraine objectively aids the Chinese position in profound ways, which their political warriors try to exploit. But it also threatens world order in ways that are essential to the United States and to its European partners. Whereas the conflict in Gaza is a horrifying terrorist operation.
Exactly. That's a very important distinction to keep in mind and not do these comparisons anymore.
Which must lead to some kind of political solution. It won't be solved militarily.
Yeah.
That's my assessment.
Thank you so much, Dr. Snyder. And I think what you laid out as...
I agree with this assessment. I approve of this message. I approve of this assessment wholeheartedly. I'm gonna be honest.
So clearly there, and in your opening as well, is that the core and the key that we have here is in support, geopolitically, instability, is in supporting Ukraine in this moment. Having U.S. military assistance and broader global assistance to Ukraine should be one of our top geopolitical priorities, because it is the key in defending democracy geopolitically, whether your interest is in China, whether the interest is in anywhere else.
And the idea of integrity of borders as well.
All of the focus here is in Ukraine.
Sovereignty.
And in supporting and ensuring that Putin and an authoritarian regime in Russia does not prevail in changing the geopolitical order, rule of law, and functioning democracy worldwide. And frankly, I think it's important from my vantage point, on the second point, is that anything that impedes the swiftness and the urgency of our ability to get that support to Ukraine is overall...
Which unfortunately has been a problem from day one, the swiftness of delivering the aid. But who knows, maybe with Saturday's vote that will change, that the vote will just swiftly passed, the aid will be swiftly delivered, and maybe we'll see an upset, a turnaround on the battlefield. Well, as a result, hopefully, one can hope.
Contributing to the volatility of our situation. Would you say that that's a fair assessment?
Yeah.
All of the hostile and Russia and Chinese observers and political warriors want this to drag out as long as possible and praise those who make it drag out. So of course my answer would be
they want the aid to happen as late as possible, or best case scenario for China, not at all.
Affirmative. The front in Ukraine is threatened in ways it doesn't have to be. The population is threatened in ways it doesn't have to be. This is a relatively easy war for us to influence in the correct way.
Yep. That is what is so frustrating about this whole thing as well. That it's correct that it is an easy war to influence. Just give more toys, basically. Give more toys faster. That is the recipe. And then there's the whole topic of conscription on the Ukrainian side, but that is something that sort of the collective West has a little bit less sort of direct control over.
It matters to us for all the reasons that you've given, and we ought to do so as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Snyder.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Higgins from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My Democrat colleagues.
Oh God. Okay, I'm gonna, because if this is the guy that I think is gonna speak, then this is gonna be horrible. It's just gonna be horrible if this is what I think that it is. It might be. Let's see.
And some of my Republican colleagues very focused on using this hearing to promote sending billions more American treasure to Ukraine.
Billions more. Like, it always sounds so scary when people throw around the world billions more of our treasury. Ukraine has spent less money on Ukraine than any other past conflict. I feel like I have to repeat that over and over and over again. Ukraine has spent less in aid for the U.S. has spent less in aid for Ukraine than on any of the past conflicts, by a lot. Like, the Ukrainian thing has been by far the lowest amount of money spent out of all the conflicts that the U.S. has involved itself in recent decades, I guess. I'd say decades.
And I've been to Ukraine. I support the Ukrainian people's right to defend themselves, but
yeah, when you say I respect the right of the Ukrainian people to defend themselves, and then you continue it with something like, but I'm against aid, I'm against support, then in reality, you do not respect the right of Ukrainians to defend themselves, because you don't care for them to have anything to defend themselves with, which in practice means you want them to lose. That is my harsh assessment of the situation.
Work for the American citizenry, as do 434 colleagues up here and 100 senators.
By the way, this guy is the perfect illustration of what Timothy Snyder has been talking about earlier. We must take care of the border instead of supporting Ukraine. Russian speaking point. Taken by China. Echoed on the floor. Example. Here we go. Exhibit. No one.
Allegedly.
Exhibit 1.
Meanwhile, our own borders dissolved, gentlemen, in China. We're talking.
There you go. The talking point. The talking point delivered to us in real time. A demonstration of Timothy Snyder's words being true. It is incredible. It is the most beautiful, incredible thing when someone delivers a sort of thesis of what's going on, and then a person just not much time later demonstrates it in front of our eyes.
Talking about today, that's the purpose of this hearing, to discuss Chinese threat. The CCP is deeply embedded in partnership with the cartels that are trafficking drugs and human beings into our country, to the horrific impact of the American communities from sea to shining sea. So I'm going to discuss that for a minute, and I'm going to ask...
Which, by the way, the GOP has been blocking aid to Ukraine, but it has also all this time been blocking the financing of the whole border thing. Like, there is pretty sophisticated equipment for screening for fentanyl on the border, but it cannot be used because the money that would be needed for installing said equipment is still blocked alongside aid for Ukraine. Just putting it out there. Just putting it out there. That in order to make Daddy Trump win, certain members of the GOP decided, screw fentanyl. Screw the fentanyl problem. Trump must win the election. Trump has an election to win. Screw this problem that we supposedly believe is the most crucial and important one.
Colonel Newsom to comment on this relationship between the Chinese partnership with the cartels and the development and production of chemicals that produce fentanyl. Fentanyl, you're talking about a couple of 100,000.
And then again, I'm wearing this, so I think my loyalties are pretty clear. My loyalties are clear.
Americans dead in the last 3 years from fentanyl poisoning. It's called a point on the street. It's a little...
Again, fentanyl screening equipment not installed because the money to do so is tied with Ukraine aid and blocked. So, do you really care about the fentanyl problem? That is my question.
A little point on the end of an ink pen, that's why they call it a point, by the way, is a dosage. It's so powerful, is deadly in a way that Americans that are ingesting these drugs, that they don't anticipate that they're ingesting fentanyl. They're being poisoned by that and dying. And that's just coming from China. Through our southern border, partnered with the cartels, under this administration, a wide open border. And today, right now, across the campus in the Senate.
So this just rings empty for me, this whole talk of this, considering how the problem is not being addressed because it's more important to block aid for Ukraine. At least it has been till now. Now at last, it's going to be voted for. But the GOP has not really showed any sort of determination to tackle the problem of fentanyl, in my opinion. It's just been used as so far it seems that it has just been used as an excuse to stall Ukraine aid. That's it. That is my perception as an outsider, as a Polish person. That is my perception of the situation.
They're in the process of rejecting legitimate accountability in the impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas. And they're going to make noise about sending money to Ukraine. How about let's take care of America?
There we go. Again, the talking point. Russia talking point. China picks up, echoed on the floor. Just like Timothy Snyder said. There we go. Why are we screaming about Ukraine? Why not take care of America? Why not take care of the border? Even though apparently the GOP would rather block the money for the border if it means also stalling aid for Ukraine. So,
how about let's hold let's hold this administration accountable for the disintegration of our southern border. Colonel Newsham, would you consider the production of chemicals that produce fentanyl by the CCP to be a form of warfare?
Oh, it's definitely an act of war, sir. They know exactly what's going on. They're allowing it to happen.
We have casualties in that war, do we not, sir? A couple 100,000 Americans.
Again, for the uptenth time, the screening equipment for fentanyl is sitting in a storage because it cannot be installed because of the lack of funding. And why is there a lack of funding? Well, let me tell you.
Dead because of that war.
Let me
it's
tell
actually
you.
a lot more than that if you account of.
Well, I'm a Republican, sir. I'm being conservative.
You're about 3 times conservative.
Roger that. And
CCP what a joke.
Continues to take advantage of the policies of this administration and Secretary Mayorkas. We're attempting to hold accountable. And who's stopping us from holding that man accountable? He's been impeached by the People's House. Why will he potentially and probably not be removed from office? Who's stopping that? Democrats. What are they making noise about today? Sending money to Ukraine.
See? It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous that once again to tie these things together as if they were at all related. As if they were even mutually exclusive. As if you could not address any topics related to the border as well as topics related to Ukraine at the same time. It's just nonsense. It's just nonsense speak.
Instead of dealing with the Chinese threat, where you have 200,000 Americans dead, pay attention, America. This is your house. And this is a very real threat that we face right now.
Nonsense.
We're dealing with political crap instead of forcing accountability. The CCP is partnered with the cartels.
This means nothing.
Colonel Newsham, that's my perspective. Am I correct there?
No. Your perspective is very, at least when it comes to tying it to Ukraine, it's just weird.
Yes, sir.
Continued production of fentanyl and its import into the cartel pipelines as it heads to the southern border of our country, does it not send a clear message to the Chinese, the policies of this country, this executive branch, that are allowing millions and millions, 12 million illegals now in 3 years, untold thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands of pounds likely of fentanyl into our country? Does it not embolden the Chinese to continue that policy?
Yes, sir, it does. And I would note from a military perspective, if you're guarding your front and you're not paying attention to the rear, and the enemy's pouring in, well, you're going to lose.
Thank you to all the panelists for being here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for convening this hearing. I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Ms. Brown from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a member of the Select Committee on Strategic Competition with the Chinese Communist Party, I know all too well the threats.
Okay, let's... Oh, okay, we can listen in again. Yeah, just blaming and scapegoat. Yeah, correct, with Otro. Also welcome to the stream.
We face from the CCP, disinformation, election interference, and efforts to destabilize democracy around the world. We also know that the CCP is not acting alone. President Xi is united with our most significant adversaries, North Korea, Iran, and yes, Vladimir Putin's Russia.
True. The axis of evil, so-called. That's right. Very intertwined interests, very intertwined dealings. In fact, some articles have started to downright describe the relationships between Russia and Iran as also a military alliance of sorts.
Russia. These nations are attacking not only us, but threatening our democratic allies as well, like Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan. The propaganda campaign waged by the CCP against Taiwan and other CCP targets like Tibet and the Uyghurs directly mirrors what Iran is is Iran is spreading about Israel and Russia about Ukraine. In fact, we have Republican members of this body repeating Russian disinformation, or as I like to call it, lies, as it relates to Ukrainian
Good word, lie.
President Zelensky. But don't take my word for it. Republican leaders of the Intelligence Committee and the Foreign Affairs Committee both said it themselves. Although we know the 2020 election was the safest and most secure election in the history of this country, the completely false narrative is that it was stolen or somehow rigged against a certain candidate continues to this day. I remain concerned about foreign disinformation interference in our upcoming electoral process. Russia and China are seeking to capitalize on the big lie, creating even more chaos, confusion, and distrust before November. That is why I have already sent a letter to the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Justice, and the Election Assistance Commission to report on foreign efforts to misuse our adversaries' latest tool, artificial intelligence, in our election. And I am working on legislation to prevent AI misuse as a way to intimidate voters. So, Dr. Schneider, can you explain how Russia and the CCP are capitalizing on each other's propagandist efforts to spread disinformation in this year's election?
Wow, our U.S. Congress sucks so much this.
And what Congress can do to combat these efforts?
First of all, I want to thank you, Representative, for using the word lie, which is very important. If we thought about the mandate of these hearings in a positive way, we would be thinking about what one would do starting from the United States to ensure that Americans are and can be well-informed. Responding negatively, no matter how well, to Russia or China will never be enough. There will always have to be a positive response to ensure that there is investigative journalism and information available to Americans. As far as Russia and China and these coming elections, in a general way, one can say that there are Chinese institutions that are modeled on Russian institutions. If you follow what Group 912 of the Chinese Ministry of Public Security is doing, it looks like a kind of bad copy of what the Internet Research Agency in Russia was doing. It's all state rather than being quasi-private. Its themes and its tropes are much less skillful, but the basic idea is the same. To convince Americans that elections are basically pointless, and then also, in this case, to undermine the Biden administration and to promote.
That is usually how democracy dies. When governments first start cracking down on the freedom of press, that is usually the first step, or one of the first steps. That is something that the Law and Justice Party attempted to do, but sort of failed during its tenure.
With the Trump candidacy. That's what its actors are doing at the moment. So there's that relationship. The overall aim, of course, is to get us into a situation where we don't believe in ourselves and we don't believe in our system. And I believe colleagues would agree that that negation is the basic aim in an electoral year or any other time.
Thank you. And Dr. Snyder, how has the twice impeached, 4 times indicted ex-president played into Russian and CCP disinformation over the course of this election cycle so far? And as an expert in this field, does this concern you?
I'm very concerned by the way, and again, this goes to the point about safe spaces. It's precisely the things that make you uncomfortable or irritated or generate some kind of negative reaction that you have to be alert to when you're discussing political warfare. If it makes you uncomfortable, if it gets into your safe space, that means the political warfare is probably working. I say that to preface the point that January 6th is incredibly important in Russian messaging. It demonstrates, from the Russian point of view, how unstable democracies are. And that message has also been picked up by China in its internet messaging in the years 2023 and 2024.
Thank you. It is clear we cannot abandon and our allies in the face of a large-scale, global, and coordinated effort to influence our democratic electoral process. Every member of this body is the product of democracy at work. We must send a strong message to our adversaries. We are united in ensuring every step of the democratic process, from registering to vote to casting your ballot on election day, is protected. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Mace.
They are intentional and they are dangerous. Unlike our country's more vulnerable equipment. Task force, which is a bipartisan task force. I personally traveled to meet with our allies in the Pacific this summer, and I want to tell all of you that the threat is real. Our allies, who thousands of Americans fought for and died for in World War II, are afraid of the Chinese government and the economic and military threat that they pose to their democracies. They are our allies. They are who is helping to uphold democracy in the Pacific. And if we do not take the moment and seize the moment right now to ensure that we are supporting our allies like Taiwan, it could be devastating for peace in the Pacific. In fact, one of my staff who traveled to Taiwan, similar to Representative Krishnamurti, just a few months ago, heard directly from civil society organizations in Taiwan who said in the wake of the invasion by Putin in Ukraine, they had begun doing drills in case of a Chinese invasion. In Taiwan. The Chinese are watching what we do right now. And our first and best defense is to support our allies and to root out any activity here in the United States that is undermining our ability to respond to this threat. So while I appreciate that my friends across the aisle are trying to divert from a very real threat, the reality is that we have members.
Oh, yeah, I've been muted. I've not said anything super of note, so it's okay. It's the nature of Lucy Hazet to be muted. Also consider subscribing and donating since I've got the chance to say it. There you go. There you go. Consider supporting your favorite streamer. As your favorite streamer has ambitious goals.
Including members who are sitting here in this room today that are repeating Russian and Chinese disinformation that has been planted in the US media and milieu to undermine our action against our adversaries. In fact, the chairman, the Republican chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, called it out just the last few weeks. He said that members of his own party are repeating disinformation that is undermining action on Ukraine.
Impossible. You always say things of note. Thank you. Well, then you've lost it. You've lost it. You have lost it. We have lost the things of note that I've said. Unfortunate. Happens to the best
and
of us.
On U.S. military support.
I'm subscribed but too broke to donate. Oh, hello, Red. Join the page. Join the page. Become a side chatter. Boom. But hello, welcome to the stream. Thank you for viewing. That's the most important thing. You being here as a viewer, that is the number one thing. Donating, subscribing, that's secondary. You being here, now that makes you a hero or heroine.
To our allies. He said it had infected his party. It was being repeated on the floor of the House. We've seen examples of this, in fact, in both chambers. We have members of both chambers who have been repeating Russian disinformation, as you can see here. And in this very committee, we spent months holding a fake impeachment proceeding based on Russian disinformation that had been...
Yep, not just based on Russian disinformation, but based on wanting Trump to win. Yeah.
Planted in the media by a Russian agent. Members in this committee were repeating that information.
Yep.
So if we want to root
Major Taylor Green
out threats to American democracy, to global security, we have to wake up. Now, Dr. Snyder, you're a historian. I'm grateful that you're here.
I'm an amateur historian. That is the title that I proudly give myself, okay? I have no qualms of giving myself the title of amateur historian. I'll take that.
Please help us understand the significance of this moment. I'm struck as we are facing, as the leader of the Democratic Party has said, a Churchill versus Chamberlain-like moment. If we do not act on Ukraine, we could see global threats to our peace and democracy.
I'll take the title of amateur historian.
Number one, and most narrowly, it's impossible to disentangle Chinese and Russian propaganda when Chinese channels transmit Russian memes. Number two, slightly more broadly, the way political warfare
Russian memes
works is that things that start in China or Russia end up in our minds and then coming out of our mouths. That's what
that is what happened during our reaction today. I'll just remind you, the border is dissolved. People cry about Ukraine, but we have to take care of home. Yeah.
Political warfare is precisely. And then number three, the direct connection between Ukraine and China, which everyone in Taiwan understands and repeats, is that insofar as they resist successfully, the Ukrainians are deterring Chinese offensive operations in the Pacific. And
yeah, that is true. In this way that, depending on what the reaction of allies will be with sort of Ukraine, it is sort of a litmus test of how Taiwan's allies will react as well.
They're deterring them in a way that we cannot deter, because nothing Ukraine does can possibly be understood as provocative by Beijing.
Yeah.
They have a power which we don't have, which is to make a war in the Pacific much less likely. If we let the Ukrainians go, we lose many, many things, but also we lose that.
Yeah.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I just want to say history is watching.
Yes, I agree. Chair now recognizes Mr. Burleson from Missouri.
Who's next?
Mr. Chairman,
any more cool moments from Snyder? Any cool moments? I'm gonna watch a few more and then maybe we will play some New Vegas. We'll see. Like, my stream died at some point today. So, technically speaking, we've been streaming already for 4 hours and 30 minutes. Please consider, I don't know, supporting my hard work of streaming for multiple hours. Help me. Help me help you. I mean, yes. That is basically yes.
Admiral Haynes, the director of national intelligence, had a statement recently. It said the CCP presents both the leading and most consequential threat to U.S. national security and leadership globally. And
the one thing I've heard about China that is crap is their sort of medical supplies. Their medical stuff is supposedly garbage. Like their Band-Aids just break in half apparently. Like the Chinese medical stuff for field medics is apparently super garbage. I'm just gonna throw it out there. It might sound like a weird aside, but apparently China is not very good with the whole military medical sort of stuff, like special bandages for keeping bleeding, etc. At least that's what the Polish field medic whose lecture I attended said that the Chinese sort of medical equipment is garbage. It just breaks down.
Intelligence-specific ambitions and capabilities make it, for us, our most serious and consequential intelligence rival. That being said, I was shocked, this question for you, Mr. Mattis, I was shocked to hear about a program that the CCP uses with the United Front to target and control Chinese Americans and the Chinese diaspora in the United States. What is their goal?
The goal in representing those or having control over those kinds of community organizations in part has to do with using their voices, hijacking their voices, if you will, to represent them to their congressional members and to their political leaders, right? Because you can't possibly meet with every single constituent. And
I mean, that is unfortunately the playbook of the entire world, blaming immigrants for things. That is a whole topic that we will need to discuss at some point. That is a huge problem, actually, the whole immigration thing. It is a huge, huge problem, the way immigrants are treated and refugees. That are the level of dehumanization. It's a big topic. It's a big topic, too big to tackle right now.
Solicit their opinion and have it engage in a conversation. You have to deal with groups of all kinds, right? Whether they are through unions, through voluntary associations. And therefore, you can have an organization of entirely patriotic Americans with one bad apple in a leadership position who, by virtue of that position, can now
is the voice for that group.
And the other thing is that when those groups meet with politicians, and that image is often transmitted back into the PRC, Chinese people recognize what those groups are. And that's a message from the CCP to the Chinese people that not only are we in control here,
but we control you there.
And you will not get rescue from them.
And that being said, since 2014, the CCP has overseen an extra-legal operation for repatriation called Operation Fox Hunt.
Operation Fox Hunt. I've still watched this. I'm still amused that literally seconds after Snyder says border talk is topic blown out of proportion by political adversaries, and then the other guy's like, we must defend our... Well, you know, it's just a demonstration, a little bit of a demonstration of proving one's point, I suppose.
They use Operation Fox Hunt to harass and stalk Chinese Americans and the Chinese diaspora. Could you describe this campaign, and would you consider it political warfare?
I'm not sure if I would consider it political warfare, but I would consider it a violation of U.S. sovereignty by a foreign power, right? They're conducting operations on our soil that are affecting American citizens. They are deliberately avoiding any judicial channels for dealing with a law enforcement matter. And they say that it is under the guise of anti-corruption, and indeed some of it may be a corrupt official, but as we've seen from Xi Jinping's campaign internally, some of the people that are targeted are very clearly targeted for their political reasons, and corruption is simply an excuse.
Yeah, so what are the methods or tactics that they're using? I know I've heard that they have organized policing groups that are located in the United States.
Yes, and those groups have been used to hire sort of private investigators to sort of pursue and look. In some cases where there are direct confrontations with the victim, to be repatriated back to the PRC.
We'll hear from Snyder soon, don't worry.
They are showing, say, pictures of family members or calling family members in Beijing or in the PRC to demonstrate that, look, if you're not on a plane back, then this will be the last.
So they're threatening the family members that are still in China,
yes,
and saying if you don't repatriate back or come to heel.
If you're not back in the PRC in X amount of time, then this will be the end for it.
Just this year, one of the Operation Fox Hunt's top official met with the Deputy Secretary Advisor John Feiner and Secretary of State Anthony Blinken. Could you explain how this might represent elite capture?
Look, I don't think that something like that kind of meeting would represent elite capture. If you were trying to get particular messages into the system, if you were trying to tell the PRC what is acceptable or not, you're going to have to deal with those security authorities, and you're going to have to press the message there.
But you think that there is a risk for U.S. officials who are meeting with CCP officials that are in charge of these repatriation efforts? Obviously, they're seeking out these meetings.
Again, if you were trying to have any impact on the Ministry of Public Security or the Ministry of State Security, you cannot meet with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So you will have to meet with them. That's simply the nature of dealing with those governments.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Snyder, what role does political and financial
Okay, this could be interesting.
Corruption play in the authoritarian regimes like China and Russia?
Again, can you?
In the authoritarian role does political and financial corruption play in the authoritarian?
I mean, pretty crucial role. At least in Russia, corruption plays a pretty major role. Like the oligarchs getting sort of their share of money. Like, yeah, corruption is pretty big in Russia. I cannot speak to China, though.
Regimes like China and Russia.
It always plays a very fundamental role, as we discussed before, in recruitment, but it also plays an ideological role. Since the basic argument is that democracies are just hypocrisy, everyone is basically corrupt, only money matters.
Again, the message is sort of like democracies are not just as corrupt and bad as hypocritical. They're also less effective, weaker, and less stable. And the better system is theirs. That's basically it. Will there be stream tomorrow? Yes. We will be probably looking into that vote for aid. So I think there will be stream, yeah.
Corruption is used not just as a way to bring in individuals, but it's also used as a way to discredit the entire system.
And internally, those regimes are based on corruption.
And so the point externally is to normalize that. Back in the 20th century, we had rivals that had other visions of the future. Now we don't. Now we have rivals, and this pertains both to China and Russia, whose main message is that our system isn't what it seems to be. There are really no alternatives to just autocratic regimes where only money and power count.
One of our colleagues chided our side of the aisle for raising Donald Trump's name. I think that was presumably directed at Representative Norton, who discussed the millions of dollars that Donald Trump pocketed in unlawful foreign government emoluments from the Chinese government and from the state-owned ICBC Bank while he was president. Is corruption in America irrelevant to our ability to withstand foreign propaganda by authoritarian regimes like China and Russia?
Of course, it's not irrelevant. It's very relevant. The way that any kind of political warfare proceeds is by these sorts of connections. A message becomes more plausible because a person...
So in other words, it's a question of whether or not American politicians can be, to put it bluntly, bought. That is sort of the question. The question of whether or not they can be bought. To put things bluntly. Good night, Greater Ain't.
Is a bit more corrupt, a person is a bit more corrupt, a message becomes a bit more plausible. Anyone who is serious about political warfare would be very attentive to these underlying financial issues, of course.
One of our colleagues mentioned an effort that is underway to stop U.S. government agencies from blowing the whistle on Chinese and Russian propaganda on social media. There are some people who say that it violates the First Amendment if our agencies say there's Chinese propaganda on your website. There's Russian propaganda on your website. What do you think about that? Do you think that in a free society, the government should be able at least to alert the social media or private internet service providers about the existence of foreign government propaganda on their vehicles?
Colleagues in different ways have already raised the point that that TikTok is not the only problem. The problem is the way that social media is designed as such. Democracies tend to
the
work.
The incentive structure of prioritizing sensationalism over truth is what is being talked about here. The algorithm, in other words, the algorithm rewards those who have catchy messaging, snappy messaging, sort of exciting messaging, not necessarily truthful messaging. That is the nature of social media. Yeah.
Work better when institutions are set up in such a way that factuality has an advantage over propaganda. Unfortunately, social media is set up in a different way. It gives an advantage, a financial advantage for advertisers to attention seeking and therefore to shocking propaganda. We know that this can be mediated because when it has been...
That is a thing that sort of content creators have to contend with all of the time. That is something, you know, choosing content that is sort of more informative, well sort of prepared, well thought out, and content that is just sort of sensational. Drama, right? Balancing that act.
When attempts have been made, either by corporations themselves in cooperation or by the government, we have been able to dramatically reduce hostile state-sponsored propaganda. What we face now in 2024 is a major corporation, Twitter, which has chosen not to police itself even as much as the other platforms do. And therefore, we face a situation in which states are taking advantage of this sort of chaos. Hostile actors take advantage of this chaos to change the information environment. This is par excellence an example of psychological warfare, and it would be foolish if the United States government did not allow itself to draw attention to it.
I wonder if you can help us figure out where we've come as a committee, Professor Snyder. About a year ago, our GOP colleagues began heralding an FBI form, FD 1023, that recorded allegations that President Biden acted corruptly in Ukraine and tried to promote these as credible allegations. It turned out that these were lies, and the person who was promoting them has been indicted for lying to the FBI and constructing a false record. It turns out that he was up to his neck in connections to Russian foreign agents, and yet our colleagues at various points called this a smoking gun, said it showed proof that the Bidens took bribes, and so on. Chairman Jason Smith, for example, said this was a smoking gun, and it was the definitive proof that that the Bidens took bribes. It's obviously been dropped, and yet this was the genesis of our investigation. How do we understand?
That's just simply not true, but go ahead.
I'll yield to the chairman if you want to take some more time.
No.
I told you they'd start arguing about the Biden bribe. I told you.
Well, you can use your time.
Are you saying the bank statements are Russian disinformation, that the Bidens took $9,000 from
Oh,
China?
I agree you've been talking about
Tony
bank
Bobulinski
statements for
said
more
it
than a
was
year, but they don't show anything other than there was no crime.
So it's okay for, as Tony Bobulinski said, for China to bribe Joe Biden's family with $9 million.
But that's the lie that's been discredited. I mean, where is your impeachment investigation? If Joe Biden took a $9 million bribe from China, why aren't you impeaching him for that?
Well, who says we're not?
Well, I can invite Mr. Moskowitz to come back in. Do you want to move for impeachment today? Because I thought that was your main agenda item. You said it was the paramount priority of the committee.
No, this is a hearing on China.
Told you this would happen. Told you this would happen.
And you all have an obsession with Russia and Trump. It's disturbing.
We can talk about China and Trump or Russia and Trump.
He's got therapy, Mr. Raskin.
No. You need therapy. You're the one who's involved with the deranged politician, not me, okay? I've divorced myself.
I'm just going to say, Biden bribe, Russian talking point, China picks up, echoes on the floor. Moi, 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 moi.
From Donald Trump a long time ago. You're the one who needs to disentangle from that situation. And I will tell you this. If you believe that it would have been illegal for Joe Biden to take $5 million from Ukraine, it certainly would have been. What do you think about Donald Trump taking more than $5 million from the Chinese government while he was president?
Well, we know that Donald Trump had a legitimate business that he talked about and he campaigned on.
The legitimate business was the White House.
What business?
He sold the White House.
Oh, give me a break.
What
business was what business were the Bidens in?
Well,
what business did Joe Biden's family own? What business were they in? Did they have hotels? Did they have a social media company? Did they have golf courses? Did they have casinos? Did they have office buildings?
Mr. Chairman.
What business? Did they have an energy
Mr.
company?
Chairman, we've spent tens of millions of dollars pursuing Joe Biden, and you have not identified a single crime.
You are
Really?
lying. That
Really?
is a lie. We have not spent $10 million.
Hey, how much have you spent?
We haven't spent hardly anything.
Oh, it's been for free. Okay. All right. Well, in any event,
It's true.
You know what? Then we get what we
Legitimate
paid
business.
for it because you got nothing.
That
you
is-
got nothing
No,
on Joe
well,
Biden.
No. Answer
You've
this
not
question.
named a
Answer
single
this
crime.
question.
No, you
What
answer
did the Bidens do? What business were they in? Why did they
Hello,
get
Sukhoi.
Can I answer
millions
that?
and millions of dollars?
Well, no, I
Hello, Sukhoi.
would like
Can
to
I
ask you
answer
a
what
question.
they
because-
You start. What
Okay,
did the Bidens do?
The Biden.
Jesus. Hello, Sukhoi.
I don't know
What
who you're
business
talking
were they
about.
in?
Well, what business is the Comers in? You're talking about lots of people. There's lots of people in the
I'm
family.
a farmer.
Your
I have
impeachment-
land. I
Your
lease land.
impeachment
I sell honey.
investigation must identify
What did
a
the
high crime
Bidens
and
do?
misdemeanor.
What did they do?
I'll
for
tell
the
you what Joe
millions of
Biden did. He was a senator of the United States. Then he wrote a book, and he said he made the most money he ever made in his life, millions of dollars on his book, and he gave $1 million
That's
away
what
to
his
charities.
family did. That's why Ukraine, Kazakhstan,
Ukraine,
Romania, China,
Ukraine.
Russia. That's why they paid the Biden
I
family.
want to hear Snyder, but I can't because they started bickering. The hugs. Yeah, thank you.
Money because of Joe Biden.
None of those governments paid anyone any money.
Somebody needs therapy here, but it's nobody on our side of the aisle, okay?
All right,
Because
enough.
no,
Back to the
honestly,
China hearing. Back to the China
you
hearing.
had your chance.
Order,
I would
order.
like my.
Yeah, I'm cutting this short. Yeah. We've had our fun. Yeah, that's over. It's Jover. God.
Time restored.
Well, no, your time was
I would like
expired.
you-
I've
no,
given
you
three
interrupted
extra
me.
minutes.
I want my
No,
time
you had
restored.
your time. You went above, and I'll let Miss Thornton go a minute.
Beyond. You went above and beyond.
You know what?
Here, sit down, everybody. Come back. This is about China.
Jesus Christ.
He asked a simple question. No, Miss Presley, you're out of order. Sit down.
Mr. Chairman,
You're out of order.
Mr. Chairman,
No.
Sit down.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
Sit your ass down. Sit your ass down.
can I make a motion that we
Is Snyder gonna be able to respond? Is Snyder gonna be able to get a word in?
we take a break for 5 minutes?
We're going to keep going. We'll let the record show that Mr. Raskins could not answer the question. What
First of
did
all,
the Bidens do to receive the money?
Let me start with this. My last name is Raskin, okay? We've sat next to each other
Wasn't this about China? Whatever.
for more than a year. You don't have to add the S. Number two, I would like my time restored. And number three,
No, you had
have
your
not
time. You're
identified
out
a
of
single
order.
crime.
No.
Well, what is the crime that you want to impeach Joe Biden for and keep this nonsense going?
Well,
Why?
when-
What is the crime?
Why?
Tell America right now.
You can have the rest of my
about
time.
to find out.
Are we gonna get pressed? Okay.
What
very
is the
soon.
crime?
You're about to find out
Name
very
it.
soon. Chair
We
now
inhabit
recognizes
a
Mr.
propaganda
Biggs from
experiment.
Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That just happened.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel Newsham, Yokoso.
Okay, whatever. Mr. Snyder. Oh, there you go.
Mr. Garcia from California.
Thank you. Been a wild hearing so far. I know that the majority is very interested in looking into China. I think we should definitely look into the influence China plays in our politics. And I just want to...
Oh, gosh, my stomach hurts again. Oh. Again. Oh. I just cannot heal my stomach. They've been doing too many weird things. I guess.
Start by reminding us of this man. And I'm sure that our chairman and my Republican colleagues will recognize this gentleman over here. This, of course, is Gao Luft. We know that a Chinese spy, Gao Luft, infiltrated this committee's sham impeachment inquiry against President Biden with false allegations. Now, according to his federal indictment, Gao paid a former U.S. government official who was a Donald Trump advisor to, quote, publicly support certain policies favorable to China. He also sold Chinese arms around the world. Now, our chairman, who wanted this gentleman to be a witness, called him, quote, a very credible witness. This is a Chinese spy we're talking about. Just because Gao Luft was willing to help Republicans smear the president. So when we're talking about China's influence, it starts with the House majority, our chairman, wanting to have a witness, this man, who actually was a Chinese spy. So it's completely ridiculous for Republicans to claim to get tough on China while they're working with literal Chinese agents to spread misinformation. Goes to show you what a joke this is. Now, this isn't, of course, the only example of the majority's hypocrisy.
Will the gentleman yield to a question?
I'm going to keep going, sir. Because we know that one of the most important tools to stop hostile foreign influence in our government is the Constitution. Now, Professor Snyder, what role does the Emoluments Clause of the Constitution play in protecting against foreign influence?
Since it seems to be the rule here that people jump around a bit.
Throwing shade. That's our Snyder. Throwing shade. That's good. That's good type of shade.
I'm just going to respond to the absent questioner.
Actually, sir, I need you to respond to just to...
I will, trust me. But the item that was entered into the record regarding...
I will answer. I promise.
Regarding me, when members read it, they will find that it is the Stalinist objection to Timothy Snyder that they have entered into the record. That book review is from the point of view of someone defending the one-party Leninist state, which colleagues and I believe
Thank you, sir. I just need
is the problem.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, the Emoluments Clause is a fundamental example of the wisdom of the founders.
Had to defend himself. I don't blame him. I don't blame this man for defending himself, okay?
In recognizing the possibility of financial corruption in the head of state.
Thank you. And the Emoluments Clause is very important. We know that foreign influence on a president is clearly a serious threat. And the evidence is clear, as our ranking member mentioned. We have actually evidence that China funneled cash to Donald Trump through his businesses while he was president. That is illegal and it threatens national security. The Trump internet...
Financial dealings with the enemy. I mean, it's Trump, so why am I... Does that surprise anyone?
National Hotel, more stays at the hotel in
No, it does not. That's the answer. It does not surprise anybody.
Vegas, Trump Tower, over $5.5 million. The People's Republic of China, including state-owned enterprises, made unconstitutional payments in excess of $5.5 to the Trump Organization. And those millions into Donald Trump's pockets are just a small sample of the total payments we received. And as a reminder, our chairman actually cut off the investigation into Trump's business activities. So we only have documentation.
I wonder why. I wonder why he'd do that. Why cut investigation into Trump? That's a tough one. That's a toughie, if I ever seen a toughie in my entire life.
For about 2 years. Now, just months ago, the Republicans blocked my motion to subpoena Donald Trump's accountants for their records on this cover-up which is an absolute crime. And in 2016, Trump said, I love China. The biggest bank in the world is from China. The Department of Justice found that that same bank was being used as a front to funnel money into North Korea. I also want to talk about, it's not just about China, of course. We can document illegal money going into Trump's businesses while he was president from multiple companies, from multiple countries and companies. We know from China, 5.5 million, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, from all of these countries, there was illegal foreign payments made violating the Emollients Clause. And this is only a small sample. We also know that this is a barter part of the grift that the Trump family is doing on the American people. We know that Donald Trump, for example, gave his son-in-law Jared Kushner a job at the White House. We know that his son put together a $110 billion arms deal with the Saudi government. We know that Jared Kushner received a $2 billion investment fund from the Saudi government.
Grift? No. He just wants to make America great again. He just wants to make America great again. Okay? Don't diss my boy. Don't diss my boy, Trump. He wants to make America great again.
After just
good old red-blooded American.
Leaving the White House, just a month after leaving the White House. So there's a lot of corruption that we can talk about. And even though Chairman Comer wants to invite
in Trump we trust
spies that are working with China, doesn't want to investigate the payments that Trump was receiving from foreign governments, these are things that must be talked about and investigated. Professor Snyder, is it acceptable for a former U.S. official to get $2 billion from a foreign government?
Not only is it acceptable, it is also advisable. Under the American freedoms, we're allowed to run our business, be our president, or be our regular janitor. With our business partners, be it China, Russia, or whatever else. So not only is that acceptable, it is commendable, is surely what Timothy Snyder is about to say, right? Is that surely that is what the answer from the esteemed Timothy Snyder is gonna be. I feel like a prophet. I feel like I've sort of predicted what is going to be said in a moment. Let's see if Timothy Snyder's opinion aligns with my prediction for him. I think yes.
Investment fund right after leaving office?
That is totally unacceptable.
Thank you. And that's exactly what the Trump family is doing, continues to do, and to continue
Oh, wait. Oh, damn. Lucy, you sound more like Bernie than Trump. Maybe it's our Jewishness. Maybe it's just our Jewishness. Maybe it's just our Jewishness, okay? Like all our own American. Okay? It's just the Jewishness in us. The Polish Jewishness, I'll add, because Bernie has Polish parents, or had. Bernie's parents were Polish Jewish people. Just something to think about. Something to think about.
To put this huge grift on the American people. Mr. Comer, would you like to ask me a question?
Yeah. Are you aware that Gal Luft was charged by the Department of Justice for violating the Foreign Agents Registration Act because of the money he took?
It's going to be a Snyder here. Nope. We are... Oh, Snyder. Oh, there's a Snyder coming. Okay, we're going to wait.
From CEFC, which is the exact same company that paid the Bidens millions of dollars, the same company that Tony Bobulinski testified that Joe Biden was the big guy in a deal with.
The big guy.
Mr. Chairman Comer, are you aware that you called him a very credible witness, yet he's a Chinese spy?
Well, then is Hunter Biden and Joe, are they Chinese
spies?
You
called...
Are Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, Junior Biden spies? Are they spies? I spy my little eye, little Biden cock.
Called Gal Luft.
Listen, it's 4:30 8:33 a.m. and I'm becoming a bit silly. But it's cool. It's entertainment. We've been streaming for over 5 hours now. Wow. Hello, Subway Lighter. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. I have a present for you. I have a present for you personally, from me to you. There you go. This is my present. This is my gift. This is my gift to you. This link to the page so you can become a fully realized human. Yes. Yeah, that's right. Hunter Biden's cock.
A very credible witness who happened to
He's
be
a
Chinese
credible
spy.
witness because he worked for the same company that Hunter and Biden and Joe
For-
Biden
for the
got
record-
Hunter Biden. The same company from Hunter Biden.
For the
and Jill
record,
Biden.
for the record,
Through
our
Biden.
chairman.
For the record, Hunter Biden cock is hunting us. Laptop.
For the record, our
It's
chairman
the
is saying
same deal.
that a Chinese spy working for the Chinese government against the United States of America is a very credible witness. I yield back.
Credible because he got paid by the same company the Bidens got paid for. The same thing.
Exactly. He got paid with the same company that got paid. You see now how Hunter Biden's inflicted in this whole thing?
The same company that gave millions of dollars to Donald Trump when he was president?
No, it's the same company that paid the Bidens millions of dollars. For what?
True, the same company that took photo of Hunter Biden's cock.
Business was it again, Mr.
Keep fixating on the cock. I should stop. Let's just move away from the cock. Let's just graciously move away from the cock.
What business were the Bidens in? I forgot what you.
Well, can you stop saying the Bidens?
Jim
You
Biden.
paid Hunter
Jim Biden
Biden
was a businessman.
No.
The Bidens mafia, familia, the Bidens familia.
Mr. Bowman, can we have
Joe
some
Biden is a
decorum?
public servant.
Chair now recognizes
The Bidens.
Mr. Fallon from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. You know, I woke up this morning and I was reviewing my notes, and how naive am I that I thought that this hearing could actually be bipartisan when we're talking about threats that the Chinese Communist Party presents to the United States of America. Wow. Well, I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican. We live in this country, and this country is threatened by the Chinese Communist Party. So no doubt there are a great many threats. There's a multitude facing our country. It's our job in Congress to determine the greatest threats to our United States national security and our future prosperity, and then to address them. We
Give me more Snyder. Ask Snyder a question. God, come on.
have to prioritize them. What are the most dire threats? And then let's work to either eliminate them or mitigate them to a significant degree. In my humble opinion, it's rather obvious what the greatest threats are. One, it's our deficit spending and our accumulated debt. And two, it's the Chinese Communist Party. But this is not a hearing, Mr. Chairman, on the deficit or the debt. It is not a hearing on Russia. It's a hearing on the Chinese Communist Party. I'm not here to talk about Joe Biden today. I'm here to talk about the Chinese Communist Party.
This glass is going to fall off.
And it's sad when you hear these buzzwords from the ranking member and other
Correct your glasses. Oh my God. Like, you do this. Like, this is weird, okay? This is weird. Do this. Do this. A quick motion. Do this. This is distracting me. I feel like this glass is just going to fall off any moment. It bothers me.
Democrats, they say Russia, Ukraine, Nazis, MAGA, collusion, Russian hoax. When the Mueller investigation found that there was no collusion, it truly was a Russian hoax. Reality proves quite the opposite. Professor Snyder, what new territory
Professor Snyder
of another nation state did Vladimir Putin violate in 2008? What new territory of another nation state did Vladimir Putin violate in 2008?
Georgia.
And who was president in 2008?
President of the Russian Federation
United States of America.
was Vladimir Putin.
Of the United States of America.
Obama.
In 2014, what new territory of another nation state did Vladimir Putin violate?
Ukraine.
Ukraine. Crimea and eastern Ukraine, correct?
That is correct.
And who was the president then?
Obama.
Okay. In 2022, what new territory of another nation state did Vladimir Putin violate?
Ukraine.
Full-scale invasion trying to grab Kyiv, correct?
Correct.
And who was president then?
Wait, what does that have to do with anything? What the fuck? What does that have to do? Okay. Well, what does... Right, okay. What's the... Okay, can you make your point known? Can you please make a point?
Biden.
Joe Biden. From January of 2017 to January of 2021, what new territory of another nation state did Vladimir Putin violate?
Oh, okay. He kept violating Eastern... Let's play that game. He kept violating the territories of Ukraine because it's been an ongoing conflict for 10 years now. So it's been an ongoing conflict under Trump, if that's the point that is being made here. If that's the desperate, pathetic point that is being made here. I'm sort of hope that Timothy Snyder will not sort of point out that the encroachment of the territory continued under Trump, as it was an ongoing conflict, an ongoing small war, not a full-scale one, but still, there is a reason why we say that this war has been ongoing for 10 years now. Let's go. Let's say that. Let's go. It's time.
There were no military invasions.
There were no new territories violated by Vladimir Putin. You are correct.
Yes.
Although. Oh, Barry! Oh, Barry! Thank you. Linux is supreme. I guess that is what many people say. Thank you, Fake Call Parker. That is indeed what many people say.
And who was president then?
Of the Russian Federation?
The United States of America, from January 2017 to January 2021.
You're repeating the question. It was Joe Biden.
No, from 2017 to 2021, who was the president of the United States?
Oh, sorry, Donald Trump.
Donald J. Trump.
That's right.
So, reality shows us that there was...
No, it was an ongoing conflict. Trump did not end the conflict under his tutelage. It was ongoing. He did not fix anything.
Only one U.S. president in the last 3, or 4 rather, that could either control...
That is such a sad, pathetic point. Yes, upload it. Yes, please, upload it. Yes.
Contain Vladimir Putin, and that was Donald J. Trump. So that could be possibly an inconvenient truth to our friends across the aisle, but nonetheless, it is the truth. General Spalding, who has a greater GDP, China or Russia?
China.
China. In fact, it's about almost 10 times as much. And Colonel Newsham, who has a greater population, China or Russia?
China.
China, by about 10 times. So who's the greater threat? It's rather obvious it's China, whereas President Trump would say China. General Spalding, has the United States intelligence community accurately identified the threat that the CCP presents?
No, and I believe that's a direct result of the influence within Washington, D.C., particularly on think tanks.
In what ways has the intelligence community failed to address the CCP?
Yep, as all Republicans do. I mean, at least the MAGA ones.
That's right.
When I started, working with the Defense Intelligence Agency, they were primarily focused on the military threat coming from China. They weren't focused on the economic threat, the financial threat the academic threat, the political threat that we're talking about here.
So, for instance, in just a few years ago, before Joe Biden took office, there were
Snyder's gonna whatever. I don't think
about
he's gonna be able to correct that.
less than 500 Chinese nationals that were apprehended on the southern border. And then the last year we have data for, last fiscal year, it was nearing 50,000. You find that alarming?
Terrifying.
Do you think every one of those folks is
That
just
sounded
looking
like
for a better
sarcasm.
life, or are there some sleeper agents looking to do us harm if we ever got into a hot war with China?
I think both of those situations
I
exist.
think mostly there are people that want a better life. I'm sorry. That whole sleeper agent thing is bullshit. I'm just gonna say it. And even if it's a thing, it's such a small percentage that is neglectable. Sleeper agents. Jesus.
But I also think that the Chinese Communist Party is opportunistic, and it has conditioned the Chinese citizens to believe that they must do what the Chinese Communist Party asks. So every Chinese citizen that comes into the country, by law, is a Chinese agent of the Chinese Communist Party.
And even if 99% of them are just looking for a better life, it's terrifying to know that there are 500 new potential threats in this country in an open society.
Well, Li Yuan, who's a journalist for the New York Times, talks about the deprogramming she herself had to go through when she came to the United States and started recognizing the signs of having been programmed. And I think if you're going to have those types of people come into the country, then they have to go through some similar deprogramming process, because if you live in China, like I have, you see that the entire population has been programmed through propaganda over the last decade, certainly since Tiananmen Square.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Ms. Lee from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Earlier this month, the Institute for Strategic Dialogue, an independent nonprofit team of disinformation researchers, reported its evidence of the Chinese Communist Party's evolution and influence operations. Their research showed how the CCP has begun using Russia and Putin's propaganda playbook. Here is a perfect example. RT, a Russian propaganda outlet, puts out a lie. That lie is picked up and amplified by a CCP disinformation operation posing as a Trump supporter.
So basically what Timothy Snyder said at the beginning during his opening thing.
And then Alex Jones, a star of MAGA World, echoed and amplified the line to his millions of followers. Professor Snyder, are you aware of the CCP adopting Russia's propaganda playbook? And
yeah, he said it in his opening. Well, what do you mean? What sort of question is that?
And even working hand in hand with Russia to push out disinformation.
Yes, very much so at many levels.
Thank you. Understanding the threats posed by the CCP requires understanding the context. And where disinformation is concerned, that means examining Russia's playbook. Professor Snyder, in an interview with PBS Frontline program in September of 2022, you said, and I quote, "So what the Russians became very effective at doing by way of their international propaganda, then later by interfering in elections, is messing things up, taking the worst of other societies and bringing the worst tendencies to the fore, finding, by digital means and otherwise, our weaknesses and making those weaknesses greater and greater." Professor Snyder, have you observed Russia using this playbook against the United States?
That is the Russian playbook, and interestingly, I believe it's also a scholarly consensus that Chinese information operations are moving in that direction. There's a good empirical evidence since 2023 that precisely what China is trying to do on social media is what Russia did in previous elections, namely disrupt and favor the candidate they regard as most disruptive.
Thank you for sharing that. There have been numerous official warnings, not only that Russia has worked to interfere in U.S. elections, but that it did so specifically to boost Donald Trump's candidacy. The Mueller report warned that Russia interfered in the 2016 presidential election and did so to support Donald Trump's candidacy. On March 10, 2021, the National Intelligence Council issued a declassified intelligence assessment regarding Russia's efforts to interfere in the 2020 U.S. presidential election, which said, and I quote, "We assess that Russian President Putin authorized and a range of Russian government organizations conducted influence operations aimed at denigrating President Biden's candidacy and the Democratic Party, supporting former President Trump, undermining public confidence in the electoral process, and exacerbating sociopolitical divisions in the U.S." Professor Snyder, why has Vladimir Putin sought to boost Donald Trump's candidacy? And to be clear, have Vladimir Putin's reasons for boosting Trump's candidacy changed over the years?
This is why it's so important that this discussion is framed in terms of political warfare, because political warfare, by definition, involves someone else trying to get you to do something that you probably ought not to do.
Right.
It's not personal, and no one should take it personally. It's the judgment of the Russian state that Donald Trump is the more disruptive candidate and the one most likely to make the United States more like Russia.
Also just happens to be true, by the way. That's neither here nor there. Like, Trump is by far the more disruptive candidate, and he is by far more sort of, yes, he will toe the Russian line more. That those things, both of these things are true. Yes. Yes, indeed.
More
Chaos agent Donald Trump, unironically, yes.
To Russia.
Professor Snyder, do you believe Russia is seeking to interfere in the upcoming elections in 2024?
Of course.
Finally, Professor Snyder, you recently...
I would argue it already is sort of doing that, but...
wrote, and I quote, Trump presents himself as an admirer of Putin and had been his client in one form or another for a decade. He has succeeded in conditioning the media by teaching his followers to shout Russia hoax whenever the subject comes up. But all the same, Russia has backed him in every campaign and is backing him in this one. Professor Snyder, what are the consequences for our democracy if Donald Trump and his allies in Congress continue to shout Russia hoax, even as they echo and amplify Russian propaganda and disinformation?
If we have a hearing on political warfare, then we must be concerned with political warfare, which includes Chinese operations, Russian operations, and operations where the two come together. What's interesting about 2024 is that China is using memes that it gets from Russia and methods which are very similar to Russian. The thing that one has to worry about is the trend is the American part, right? It's not political warfare unless there's an
We'll see how susceptible the U.S. side will be, in other words.
American part in it. Unless our minds and our mouths move, it's not political warfare. And so if our minds and our mouths are replicated...
So in other words, if the U.S. is susceptible, the political warfare becomes itself, you know, successful. It becomes effective. That is what is being effectively said here.
Replicating things that come from China or from Russia, then we are probably doing things which are not in our interest. To repeat, that is the essence of political warfare, which is meant to be our subject today.
Yeah.
Thank you. While the Stop the Steal MAGA party claim to love America and democracy so much, they've shown they're willing to undermine it every step of the way, even by courting our adversaries to ensure their permanent rule. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Timmons from South Carolina.
Okay, there's going to be a Snyder here. Nope. No Snyder. I'm going to read back. I'm going to go to the toilet. Toilet. It's time to toilet. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to toilet. I'm going to toil in the toilet. Don't go anywhere. We'll watch some more. And then you can, you know, have returned. I am returned.
Thanks, Chairman. General Spalding, I'm going to be directing all my questions at you. You're very familiar with Huawei and their attempt to use 5G technology to essentially infiltrate the technology infrastructure of developing countries and developed countries alike. And in the really 2018, 2019, as this was really becoming more of an issue, the FBI was very reluctantly transparent to show the
world. I don't see any Snyder here, so let's move on. I want to see the Snyder moment. Oh, okay, let's go. We almost went full circle. We almost reached Major Taylor Greene.
With racist rhetoric. As a proud member of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus, my hope is that Congress will prioritize policies that affirm and protect the AAI members of our community, like the Southeast Asian Deportation Relief Act, and stop contributing to hateful acts against them. And finally, Professor Snyder, when political leaders normalize racist language that pits one group against another, does it make our country more or less safe?
Less.
As our adversaries know and seek to exploit, it makes us less safe.
Thank you. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Green from Georgia.
Oh,
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
My God. Oh my God, Miss Green. Oh wow. Okay, this is like we've already seen the short thing, the short clip. But oh boy, this person's a real idiot. I don't know if this person's bot. I don't know if this person's just stupid. Like, I tend to think that Major Taylor Greene is genuinely just a useful idiot. Like, it's the best tool for countries like Russia, because there's this sort of saying like that the best sort of allies, the best sort of tools are those that you do not have to pay for and do diligently the job that other people take good money for, okay? And I believe Major Taylor Greene fits into the category of a person that will diligently fulfill the role of a useful idiot for Russia and will do it for free. I actually believe that. The space laser lady that's been holding the aid hostage for some time now, just doing a full-blown sort of like this, oh, if you give any aid to Ukraine, I will revoke you as speaker. It is anti-Semitic to link Israel aid to the aid to Ukrainian Nazis. Or let's not forget, Ukraine is destroying Christianity and Russia's trying to save it. Right? Like, this person is just incredible. Incredibly stupid.
I think this is a very important hearing we're having today. And
like the fact that a person like this gets anywhere near position of power, it's just incredible to me. It's just wow. Wowzers trousers that a person like this can get into. It's incredible just how much, how can a person like this attain any seat of power? Like, I'd
like to take a little time to respond to some misinformation that has been spread here.
Misinformation. Okay, let's listen. Let's be educated by Major Taylor Greene about misinformation. I'm sure I'm going to learn a valuable lesson.
Mr. Snyder, you said in your opening statement that the fact that there are neo-Nazis in the Ukrainian military is disinformation.
Yeah, it is misinformation. And I'm so glad that he addressed it. I'm so glad that he gave actual numbers. I'm so glad that he was able to respond to this bullshit claim of Ukrainian Nazis. Thank you, Timothy Snyder. You are our hero.
Disinformation trope. and a Russian
Trope.
denazification meme.
Yes, that's all bullshit. In fact, I will repeat that in the Polish media, which I will always be amused, the Polish media said that if you believe in the denazification story, if you believe still in that, then you are either a hack or mentally challenged. I'm just quoting the Polish media that if you still believe this sort of propaganda, you are either a hack, a dishonest hack, or mentally challenged. What can I say? What can I say? It's just the Polish media. Not my words, Polish media's words, okay?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record this 2021 Time Magazine article titled How a White Supremacist Militia Uses Facebook to Radicalize and Train New Members about the Ukrainian neo-Nazi Azov Battalion.
Without objections ordered.
Thank you.
That is beautiful. Like this 2021 one battalion that has been basically whatever.
Time also put together a piece only 3 years ago, and it's quite an extensive video.
Yes, one battalion. One battalion means that the entire country needs to be denazified. This is so stupid. Not to mention just how the Azov battalion has changed between 2014 and now. It's just that's the only thing that she has.
Gives full
It's the only thing that she has.
information about the Nazis in Ukraine and their recruitment efforts that go all around the world. It's amazing to me that just in a few years' time, it's now considered misinformation to talk about the Nazis in Ukraine.
Yes, it is considered misinformation to claim that the entire state is riddled with Nazis, especially Nazis. Yes, that is misinformation. Yes, correct.
I'd like to quote the article. It says that Ali Sufan, a security consultant.
What a useful idiot this person is. Like, I'm still on the fence on whether or not she's an actual hack that just knows what she's doing, or she's just a useful idiot.
Former
Or
FBI
maybe both. It could be both.
agent who has studied Azov Nazis estimates that more than 17,000 foreign fighters have come to Ukraine over the past 6 years from 50 countries.
17,000. In how much people is the entire army? This is pathetic.
According to Christopher Wray, the FBI
17,000. That's supposed to be a substantial number.
director, he said that Azov has been recruiting and radicalizing and training American citizens for years. He also finished saying in his testimony to the U.S. Senate that American white supremacists are actually traveling overseas to train. This is an extremely concerning situation. I don't think any...
Yeah, this is pathetic. This is toothless and weak.
One in the United States government...
17,000. Okay.
Americans do not support actual Nazis or white supremacists. I know...
Yes, because there are 17,000 far-right soldiers in a, I don't know, 1 million army. How stupid can you be?
I certainly do not. And I can't understand why in just a short amount of time, this information...
Well, thank God Timothy Snyder put her in her place when it comes to this bullshit, because this is just ridiculous.
...that our own American media frequently talked about is no longer talked about. I'd like to point out also, here's an NBC article stating that Ukraine's Nazi problem is real. Mr. Snyder, do you see this headline? This is NBC News. They say that Ukraine's Nazi problem is real, even if Putin's denazification claim is not. So even our own American media, unless you consider NBC or Time Magazine misinformation spreaders or disinformation.
This is just bullshit. I'm sorry. This is desperate. This is desperation. Again, 17,000 people of foreign legionnaires who just, we don't even know what the beliefs of the, whatever.
Nation media outlets. This is contrary to what you testified. And there's frequent pictures all over. Anybody can find them of Nazis. Here they are. This looks like something you'd see out of Hitler's Germany.
Hitler's Germany. What an idiot.
From Ukraine.
From the Ukraine, of course. Of course.
And this is something that's extremely important to talk about. According to the Council of Europe, however, Ukraine is ranked well in the top half of countries in terms of how corrupt they are. In the last 5 years, Ukraine is ranked close to the countries like Gambia, Iran, Myanmar, and Sierra Leone.
Myanmar.
Corruption.
Myanmar.
It's not very free and democratic company to keep. Ukraine has canceled their elections, arrested members of the press.
Canceled their elections. It's in their constitution that during wartime, elections would be postponed, you idiot. Like, I'm sorry. Like, if this is this going to be your argument? This tired argument of canceled elections? Ah, yes, democracy is dead in Ukraine, of course.
Not allowed different types of religion unless it goes along with the Ukrainian government.
What does that even mean? Christianity is okay. Judaism is okay. What are you referring to? The Orthodox Church of Russia that cooperated with the Russian government? Yeah, that's not allowed. Shock. Big shock. Big shocker to the system. Like.
And right now, the biggest push in Washington, D.C. is to fund the Ukraine war with another $60 billion.
Yes, and it will pass.
And while we're talking about the CCP, I think it's extremely important to point out that our own wide open border is the most dangerous threat to our national security.
There you go. Talking point.
According to CBP data, there
completely unrelated to Ukraine, by the way.
There have been 24,296 Chinese nationals enter the United States at the southern border.
So what? What does that demonstrate? Chinese people enter the... What does that demonstrate exactly? It demonstrates nothing. It demonstrates that Chinese people want to live in the U.S. It demonstrates absolutely nothing.
This year in 2024, I want you to know that's up 7,000% since Biden took office in 2021.
Okay.
When only 342 Chinese nationals crossed our border. When we're talking about national security and talking about threats to...
I love this vague posting about, oh, this and this amount of immigrants entered the border. Okay. Can you demonstrate the negative effects? Can you demonstrate that there are no positive effects? Can you give me anything? Like, just saying that people entered the border means nothing to me. Like, what if most of them just want to find a job and live a better life? In that case, it'll automatically mean a net positive for the US. So in which case the whole argument becomes empty, like your head. What is this?
Through the United States. Congress needs to remember that our open border is the greatest threat to the American people.
Why? Demonstrate it. Why? Why is it the greatest threat? What does it threaten? Who is threatened?
By the way,
you have to. You cannot just say that it's a threat. You have to say what the threat is. You have to be specific on that.
Monday was tax day.
What am I expecting?
April 15th, when struggling Americans pulled together to pay their taxes.
What am I expecting?
Or filed for extensions, or paid money that they just didn't have and desperately are hoping for a tax return. The United States federal government is doing everything they can here in Congress, persuading members of Congress with every lobbyist from foreign countries and groups, trying to tell us to send $100 billion overseas, and we're doing nothing for...
Of course, this is bullshit again. Those are totally different parts of the budget. Yeah, of course. If only U.S. did not support its allies, suddenly all the domestic things would be solved and everybody would be rich. Everybody would get a car. This is this sort of rhetoric will only work on idiots or people that just have no notion of how anything works, how any sort of budgeting works, how any sort of allocation of funds work. It's just nothing. There's nothing.
For our border.
Like it's allocated from completely separate funds, aid to allies and money for things like, which of course, if it's not being taken care of, then it's not being taken care of because of wanting to help allies. Well, let's just put this whole notion to rest, okay? If the US government had the will to fix certain domestic issues, it would, regardless of whether or not aid is happening or not. Those are separate issues. Those are completely different issues, unrelated, including financially. This is just what dishonest hacks like to use as an argument. Oh, if only we wouldn't send any aid to Ukraine, homelessness surely would be solved.
So when you want to talk about misinformation, Mr. Snyder, you might actually look a little closer to American media if you don't like what they're saying. Thank you, Mr.
I'm so glad that he was allowed to respond to this. I am extremely glad that he was allowed to respond to this. Because this whole thing is bullshit. Such bullshit. And he just responded, bam, bam, to the point. No Nazis in power. Below 3% in the government. Bam. That is my response to your Nazi problem.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, does he have the opportunity to respond to the gentlelady?
Sure.
Yeah.
I didn't ask him a question,
No,
Mr.
There you go. Oh, no. You cannot speak. Well, we've already went through this. We might as well listen to it again. This is pathetic.
Expired.
You asked multiple questions.
I did not ask him a question.
You certainly did. You said, did you see this?
Time has expired. Gentlelady's time's expired. Chair now recognizes Mr. Frost from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I get into it, it's interesting to hear my colleague just now talk about disavowing white supremacists when in 2022, she spoke at an event led by white supremacists and white nationalists.
Oh no. Ay. Oh, that's painful. But the more painful thing for her is the response from the actual historian, from the actual person that knows what he's talking about. So
Nick Fuentes, and when asked about it, doubled down on it and said, we're going to focus on people, not labels. So
whoopsie daisy. Oh. Ay. Wow. That's embarrassing. That is embarrassing. But it just shows how much of a hypocrite and idiot she is. It's just...
So get out of here with that damn hypocrisy. And Dr. Snyder, I'm going to give you some time to respond. Go ahead.
There we go. Nice.
First of all, I'd like to thank the representative from Georgia by making clear with her comments and with her person that any discussion...
I love this response. We already went through it once, but what the hell? Let's treat ourselves. Let's watch it again. Let's watch this response again. Because it is great. It is glorious. It is quick, snappy, and to the point. And most of all, rooted in reality.
Discussion of political warfare has to include Russia, Ukraine, and America. She's just demonstrated that point, I think, very powerfully.
Right.
On the question of Nazis, I've written 2 books as a historian about Nazis and the Holocaust. On the question of Ukrainian nationalism, I am the leading scholar of that subject in North America and have been writing about it for 20 years. If the chamber is interested in the degree of far-right participation in Ukrainian politics, you can be assured
that... And that is what actually matters. How many Nazis, quote-unquote, are in power in Ukraine. That is what actually matters, by the way.
No far-right party has ever crossed 3% in Ukrainian election. So of course there are bad people in every country, but by any comparative standard is a very small phenomenon. In Russia, on the other hand, the army...
17,000 people. That was supposed to be a substantive point. 17,000 people of foreign legionnaires. It's just laughable.
Includes openly Nazi formations, such as Rusich. The government itself is fascist in character, and it is carrying out a war which includes deportation of children by the tens of thousands, the open intention of destroying a state, as well as mass torture. So if we're looking for fascism, and if there
it's
is...
really interesting how people overlook this time and time and time again while doing this whole Nazi thing, that basically a fascistic country is trying to denazify Ukraine. It's just pathetic, and weak.
Is anyone who is sincerely concerned about halting fascism or racism, you would wish to halt Russia.
Thank you so much, Dr. Snyder. And, you know, this hearing was put together to talk about political warfare, and it's strange because a lot of my Republican colleagues seem to be pointing a lot of fingers, but not at Vladimir Putin and not holding him accountable.
Yeah, very interesting that, isn't it? That the fascistic government can just claim to be denazifying, and suddenly Ukraine has a gigantic Nazi problem. Do I have to remind you that Putin has also said that Poland is next for denazification after Ukraine? So I guess my country has a gigantic Nazi problem as well, according to Russia. Russia has said Poland is next for denazification. Yeesh. Damn. Better hide my Nazi items. Better hide my power level or whatever. I'm Polish. I'm also Jewish, so I don't know. But then again, Zelensky is also Jewish, and yet that doesn't stop Russia from wanting to denazify him. So I don't know. It's just, I'm confused. I am confused by all this. As always, perpetually confused Lucy Hazet.
Even top-ranking Republicans are having enough of it. Michael McCall said, quote, "I think Russian propaganda has made its way into the United States. Unfortunately, it's infected a good chunk of my party's base," unquote. We just heard some of that right now. Republican Michael Turner, chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, quote, "We see directly coming from Russia attempts to mass communications that there are anti-Ukraine and pro-Russia messages, some of which we even hear being uttered on the House floor." Dr. Snyder, can you talk really quickly about some of the main narratives Russia uses when engaging in political warfare?
I appreciate this question because if we're going to talk about political warfare, we have to take into account the ways that countries cooperate. It's entirely artificial to say, here's China, here's America. That means that we leave aside Xinjiang, we leave aside Tibet, Hong Kong, Taiwan, New Zealand, Australia, Europe, all the places where China practices political warfare, and we leave aside Russia and Ukraine, which is where it matters the most.
That's right, and we also leave aside the fact that how just intertwined all these interests are, how they interact with one another, how they influence one another. That's certainly true.
Political warfare is only political warfare if it passes through us. That is the intention. We've just seen an example of it passing through a person. It's
exactly. I mean, yeah, basically a demonstration, a live demonstration.
Only political warfare if it passes through us. What the Russians and the Chinese imitating the Russians try to do is to convince us that our system is no better than theirs. There's no point in voting.
Well, it's more than that. It's that it's worse because it's all the bad things that their system has, but also the inefficiency and brittleness of democracy, which they don't have those weaknesses, so they are clearly better. That is the point being made.
And we should support, if we support anyone at all, the person who's most likely to bring our system down. That's the point.
I really appreciate you bringing up the fact that it has to pass through us, because we just heard it here from my colleague. And here's another tweet from the same colleague saying, "Anyone who votes to fund Ukraine is funding the most corrupt money scheme of any foreign war in our country's history." And
uh-oh, the tweets.
If you look at where this is from the Strategic Culture Foundation, an online journal run by a Russian intelligence service that has been sanctioned by the U.S. Treasury Department for election interference.
Oops.
So we see it passing through us, and not just with the colleague that just spoke, but with many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle.
The corruption thing is a big topic. Of course, Ukraine is not free of corruption. There have been like things like people buying their way out of conscription, bribery, stuff like that. There have been things like that, but the point that I would make is that one, it's very exaggerated. It's very blown out of proportion how it's being talked about. And of course, Ukraine is working very, very hard on improving its situation when it comes to corruption, especially since it is, once again, I will remind you, working towards getting into the European Union. And Poland had to go for its own route of curbing its corruption in order to be able to get into the European Union, which we can get into that on a separate day. We can go through the documents. We can go into party documents where parties that were involved in that process sort of, we can go through how they went about it and what their logic was.
And what Russian propaganda won't tell you is most of the money allocated for Ukraine is actually spent in America. 90% of it going to
yes, to replenish, like this bill, let's say, is, for example, 23 point something billion will go for the replenishment of U.S. stock.
Americans. And so are these...
Or that's like an example.
American companies to support Ukraine. Are these allegations based on evidence, Dr. Snyder? And if not, where do these allegations against President Zelensky and his cabinet come from?
First of all, U.S. weapons are being used extremely efficiently on the Ukrainian battlefield. They're being audited in practice. Secondly, there is an American institution which does audit the way that is expended.
And there's a whole big report on it, by the way. There's a whole big report on how the aid is used, how everything is above board, which is missing some data near the beginning because of the retreat, because the others could not be there. It's a thing, but apart from one little thing missing, the report is pretty substantive and pretty all-encompassing as far as I know.
Third of all, you're quite right. What the allocation of usually weapons that are about to be decommissioned anyway to Ukraine...
The whole thing is very... there's a lot of dishonesty when it comes to talking about corruption in Ukraine and things related to corruption.
Means is that we spend more on modern weapons inside the United States, which is why the defense industry is generally in favor of it. This trope of Ukraine being corrupt with respect to the weapons comes from a handful of Russian sources. There is no reason to think it. They're fighting for their lives. They're doing very well.
Yeah, thank you so much. We've got to let that sink in. We have members of the United States Congress using Russian disinformation to discredit Ukraine and help Russia. And I yield back.
I mean, that is typical.
Thank you.
Okay.
Joe yields back his time. Thank you very much. Now,
Major Taylor Greene is not here anymore.
I will yield myself 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, before you do, can I just have one unanimous consent request?
Yes, sir.
This is an article answering our friend, the gentlelady from Georgia, the Azov Battalion, how Putin built a false premise for a war against Nazis in Ukraine, from CBS News.
Without objection, we'll add that. I also was speaking with the gentleman about 2 articles which I would wish to enter into the record, the label of which they would be Treasury targets large Chinese network of illegal drug producers, and secondly, a letter signed by over 50 members, including senators, to the Attorney General of the United States, dated February the 2nd, concerning Chinese nationals.
Terrific.
Owning property here as it relates to growing marijuana. Without objection, those both will be entered into the record. Thank you to the panel that is here. Each of you have added content today that I consider very valuable
Content.
and necessary for us
Nice.
to hear. I would like to, if I could, point to
Content.
Colonel Newsham, if I could, please. Colonel Newsham, you are the author of a book that is called When China Attacks, A Warning to America. And part of this is not just...
I'm not sure if we're gonna see any more Timothy Snyder moments. A Timothy Snyder segment for all intents and purposes. Let's watch a little bit of it and then maybe...
related to the things that have been discussed by my colleagues today of drugs, fentanyl, etc. But in particular today, I'd like to have you give us the warning, when China attacks, a warning to America, of the newest deadly drug ingredient that has, as the DEA, Milgram has said, her agency has seized more than seen this
Zionism! Zionism, the ultimate drug that kills people a lot. Zionism. I always suspected. I always knew that Zionism was the drug. Damn. Zionism. It's Zionism, isn't it?
xylazine,
Zionism.
if I'm saying that correctly, when mixed with fentanyl in 48 states. And evidently, fentanyl, on the scale of times, it's 1,000 times more potent than most of the drugs that are on the market. And this is 1,000
there is that
times
Snyder
fentanyl.
moment. Hold on.
I believe.
Remind.
Dr. Snyder, when you were testifying earlier, you were actually responding to questions that were posed.
Enough about Zionism. Snyder time. Enough about Zionism as a drug.
By another colleague from Texas. One of the questions was who was the president in 2008? And to be clear, Obama ran in 2008, but Obama did not swear in until 2009. So when my colleague asked about invasions from Russia, actually in 2008, Russia was invading Georgia, and it was another Texan that was the president at the time, and that was George Bush. In addition to that, one of the things that my colleague did not inquire about, but I want to make sure we're clear about, is that Trump was president in 2019 when he threatened to withhold aid to the Ukrainians as they were being threatened by the Russians. So I do want to make sure that we do that.
Ouch.
You know, what is wild to me is that this word patriot seems to be getting co-opted for propagandists.
Well, what do you know? Whoopsie daisy. Bush, Obama, they all look the same to me. They all look the same to my Polish eyes. My Jewish Polish eyes.
Because that's what they do, all right? So we're going to talk about what my colleague from Georgia, she talked about misinformation, and I don't know what she was talking about, but nevertheless, we can look at her own tweets and we can find plenty of misinformation, but we're just going to go through one specific tweet.
Jesus Christ. I'm astounding.
Now, she said that we need to work with Israel to track down the serial numbers on any U.S. weapons used by Hamas against Israel. Dr. Snyder, I may be going out on a limb, but are you aware that that was actually just propaganda that was put out and there actually were not U.S. weapons that were being used by Hamas as she attempted to...
What? That was a thing? No way. No way. What? I forgot about that. Oh my God. Oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene. What? Oh, what?
Insinuate in this tweet?
I mean, we first of all, I appreciate the clarification.
I remember that. I'm pretty sure. I remember that. There was something about Hamas using weapons from Ukraine. I remember that. Oh, God. I forgot about that. Oh, no. Oh, I forgot about that. You're right. Yeah.
I knew that the question, who were the American presidents, was going to be the toughest one I got from that side. So I appreciate your helping me out. Yes, I mean,
It's okay. You're good on what matters. Eastern Europe. You're good on the topic that actually matters. Eastern Europe.
obviously there what you have is a typical example of American-Russian messaging where the implicit idea is supposed to be we shouldn't give weapons to Ukraine because they're going to end up going somewhere else.
Yeah, to Hamas. God, I forgot about that. That was a thing. Oh, gosh. I was so stupid, so ridiculous that I actually forgot that it was a thing. But yeah, it actually was, wasn't it? Oh, God. Oh, boy. Yeah, it was a thing. Yeah.
There's no evidence for that. It's hard to think of an example where American weapons have been leveraged.
No, there is no evidence of U.S. weapons that were supposed to be used by Ukraine going to Hamas. No, there is no evidence. There will never be. I will make a bet. I will make this prediction. There will never be evidence of that. Such evidence will never surface. Okay, I stake my huge reputation. I stake my reputation on that.
Success as on the Ukrainian battlefield.
Thank you so much. In fact, for some people, especially people that serve on the committee, they may be surprised to know that it's actually a former Russian president and Putin's sidekick, Dmitry, and I don't want to slaughter his name, so I'm going to say Dmitry M., who actually she quote tweeted.
Medvedev. Oh, really? Really? Medvedev? Oh my God. She tweeted him.
See, the problem that we're having, and the reason that we're bringing up Russia as well, is because Russia is a threat as well as China. So we are not going to sit here and pretend as if it's only one or the other. But the biggest problem that we have is we have people that sit in this chamber and they spread the misinformation. If it was left in Russia or China, whatever. But the problem is that you have people that sit in positions of power and they have a $2 million budget. You think that they would call on some staff to find out if they were telling the truth about the things that they're putting on social media, but instead it works for their rhetoric. And as we talk about rhetoric, something else that was appalling to me was this insinuation that when you look at the Ukrainians, which is why we're having problems getting the funding that Ukraine needs, is because people in the—
Damn, she's on fire, spitting facts. That is, wow.
This chamber push misinformation and disinformation. They want to talk about the Ukrainians got all of these Nazis. Well, let me tell you something. You can find Nazis anywhere. You can find them right here in the United States. In fact, a bunch of
You can find them in this very room. I wish she'd say that. We can find them in this room. They're here. They're here.
People that they're calling victims and prisoners.
Okay, she's not gonna say that.
Of war, also known as convicted felons from January 6th.
Oof. Damn. Okay.
I have an article that I'd like to enter into the record by unanimous consent that says neo-Nazi January 6th rioter pleads guilty.
Without objection.
Thank you so much. So here's the point. We have people in this chamber that are actually causing just as much a threat, if not more of a threat, to our own country. We should be talking about holding our very own accountable for the misinformation and disinformation that they are spreading, whether it's coming out of China, whether it's coming out of Russia, or whoever is peddling it. It is a problem because right now what we see is that people are dying and we cannot get the support that we need from the public because they continue to peddle lies. And I'm tired of it because I didn't come to this chamber to play games. I came to this chamber to answer to the people, the American people, and to make sure that we keep the American people safe. And if we don't get something done, as they talk about the border, I do want to be clear, the only—
That was the last Snyder thing. Damn.
reason we haven't gotten funding for the border is because they killed, the House Republicans here, killed the bill that they actually sent us from the Senate side. If they want to do some work, let me tell you something. The Democrats are ready, and it seems like the Senate Republicans are ready too. They just need to get to it and stop peddling Putin's lies. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentlelady yields back. I will
Damn.
recognize myself for 5 minutes.
Well, okay.
Thank you to our witnesses for being here today as we address the greatest threat to America's.
Yeah, I guess there's no more Snyder here. Okay. Nice. Oh, gosh. My gosh. That was interesting. I watched a lot of it on my own. And now we've watched the remainder. I think I'm gonna watch the non-Snyder moments on my own. I wanted this to be more Snyder focused. I'm becoming more and more of a Timothy Snyder fan as time goes. How long have we been streaming today? 6 hours. 6 hours. 6 hours of intense streaming. Well, I guess that's it then. I guess we're done. So I bid you adieu, and I'll see you. I might be watching that vote. I'll see. Well, I will see you tomorrow. I'll see you in any case. I'll see you in any case. As the amateur historian. I claim the title of an amateur historian. Well then, see you. See you. Would not want to be. Well, no, wait. That's just wrong. That's just. Surely I would want to be you. Okay. Good night. Good night and stuff. Good night and stuff. There's no New Vegas today. Too late for New Vegas. Damn. Hold on. Oh no.